Chapter 1460. The last time Yang Kai entered the Emperor Garden, he had encountered this little thing and knew that it had an invisible body that could transform into anything it wanted. So even though this white rabbit looked small and crystal clear, it was actually quite ferocious. Although the two third-order origin returning realm women were strong and were able to display their full strength in this special environment, the world spirit in the form of a white rabbit also had a terrain advantage. What's more, this advantage was even more obvious than theirs. After all, the spirit of heaven and earth itself was the pure cold chi of this place. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, it had gained sentience and evolved step by step. To it, the world inside the ice path was like its own backyard. As such, even though the two women had joined forces, they were still powerless against this world spirit, and were instead being suppressed. What a coincidence! Yang Kai grinned as he looked at the two women and murmured, "Do you know them?" Biluo asked curiously. "I don't know them, but I know where they come from," Yang Kai replied casually, causing Biluo to be confused. Yang Kai really didn't know these two women, but judging from the clothes they wore and the patterns embroidered on their clothes, they should be masters from Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai had only dealt with Ice Heart Valley a few days ago, so how could he possibly be mistaken? It seemed that the people from Ice Heart Valley had split into two groups, one exploring the outside of the Emperor Garden, while the other exploring its interior. Not putting all their eggs in one basket was a very wise decision. Ice Heart Valley's cultivator all cultivated ice attribute secret techniques, so it was easy to imagine how important this world spirit was to them. It was probably because of this that they had taken the risk to fight the white rabbit, but now that they were riding a tiger, they couldn't get off and could only grit their teeth and endure. In the current situation, it was naturally best to sit on top of a mountain and watch the tigers fight. The strength of these two women from Ice Heart Valley wasn't low, so even if they couldn't defeat the world spirit, they could still cause it some trouble. Yang Kai could definitely find an opportunity to subdue this world spirit in one fell swoop, or have the Ice Phoenix remnant soul devour it. As for whether these two women lived or died, it didn't have much to do with Yang Kai. They had just met by chance, and there was no friendship between them, so Yang Kai really wasn't in the mood to rescue them. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai cast a glance at Biluo to calm her down. Biluo understood and gently nodded. Although she appeared to be calm on the surface, she was quite nervous. This kind of snatching food from a tiger's den was quite a thrill. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so bold, as he dared to secretly scheme against two third-order origin realm cultivators. However, he was still the man that Milady had taken a liking to. If he didn't have any courage, then he wouldn't be worthy of Milady. The battle was still going on, but Yang Kai and Biluo were still hiding behind the ice mountain, not exposing their whereabouts. The two women from Ice Heart Valley were completely focused on the world spirit, so how could they have the leisure to investigate their surroundings? As time passed, the battle became more and more intense. The two women from Ice Heart Valley were almost fighting with their lives on the line, trying to kill their way out. By now, it was too late for them to regret their decision, secretly cursing themselves for rushing into this place and provoking the world spirit. As a result, not only did they fail to obtain what they wanted, they were also in danger of dying here. However, regret was of no use. Faced with the white rabbit's attacks, the two women could only bitterly defend and try to find a way to escape. The situation was getting worse and worse, and the two women were sweating profusely as their pretty faces paled. Yang Kai watched coldly from a distance, looking for an opportunity to take action. Suddenly he frowned, as if he had sensed something, and a sense of alarm rose in his heart. This feeling, it was as if he was being watched by someone. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly converged his divine sense and swept his eyes around with a frown, but he didn't find anything suspicious. His divine sense couldn't travel too far from his body, so Yang Kai couldn't use his powerful divine sense to investigate his surroundings. However, he did not think that the feeling he had just sensed was a mistake. Perhaps there really was someone else hiding here. Considering all this, Yang Kai lowered his head and pushed his demon eye of annihilation to its limit. At this moment, Yang Kai finally discovered something. Behind another ice mountain less than 300 meters away, there were actually two figures standing close together. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of mysterious artifact they were using to completely conceal their auras and traces. Even with his demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai couldn't see their true appearances and could only make out vague silhouettes. However, judging from their figures, it should be a man and a woman. What's more, the man was actually missing an arm. Jin Shi of Demon Blood Temple, and the beautiful temple master. The faces of these two immediately appeared in Yang Kai's mind, causing his expression to change slightly. Although this was just his guess, it should not be far from the truth. A combination of a man and a woman, and the man missing an arm. There was no other possibility except for these two from Demon Blood Temple. If there was, it could only be said to be a coincidence. Unexpectedly, they were also here. It was really a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road, Kai Yang thought to himself. His relationship with Demon Blood Temple was far from harmonious. Before entering the Emperor Garden, Jin Shi had wanted to kill him, but unfortunately, he had been blocked by the Emperor pressure and had instead been injured. The threats he had made that day were still fresh in Yang Kai's mind. And now that he had met his enemy, Jin Shi would definitely not give up. The other two should have discovered him. And the warning signs he had felt just now were probably caused by these two. Fortunately, Yang Kai had used his demon eye of annihilation silently, so neither Jin Shi nor the beautiful temple master had noticed him, allowing him to gain the upper hand. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, so who was the hunter? The current situation could only be described as confusing, so Yang Kai did not dare to act rashly, otherwise, he would most likely fail. On the other side, the two women from Ice Heart Valley were constantly shouting. Although the cultivations of the two women from Ice Heart Valley were not weak, and their artifacts were powerful, fighting against the world spirit here was not an easy task. All of the artifacts he summoned were greatly damaged by the overwhelming ice attribute attacks. And even the Saint Chi he used to protect himself was on the verge of being broken. On the other hand, the world spirit in the form of a white rabbit wore a satisfied look on its face, its red eyes filled with a playful expression as it leapt up and down nimbly, gathering the surrounding ice attribute chi and condensing it into a series of spear-like weapons that it shot towards the two women from Ice Heart Valley. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly, causing the faces of the two women to change drastically. Using some kind of mysterious secret technique, they were able to link their Saint Chis together in a short period of time to resist this attack. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the entire ice road reverberated with a loud bang as the world energy around it churned, as if the end of the world had arrived. Screams rang out as the two graceful figures were sent flying backwards, coughing up blood as they tumbled through the air, dyeing their white robes red, making for an extremely miserable sight. At this moment, the two women from Ice Heart Valley showed looks of despair. They had consumed most of their Saint Chi and had been injured by the world spirit, so at this moment, they were completely powerless to fight back and could only close their eyes and wait for death. At that moment, though, two other figures suddenly emerged from behind an ice mountain, as if they had appeared out of thin air, and immediately transformed into two blood-red streaks of light that shot towards the world spirit. The moment they appeared, Yang Kai discovered that these two were indeed Jin Shi and the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple, as he had guessed. The two of them chose to act at this moment not because they wanted to save someone, but because the world spirit was at its most relaxed. Choosing this moment to attack was undoubtedly aimed at the world spirit. Although the ice attribute world spirit was of little use to them, if they could capture it, they could exchange it for a lot of other things they wanted. As for Yang Kai and Biluo, Jin Shi, and the beautiful temple master didn't pay them any mind, only planning to deal with them after they had dealt with the world spirit. The two of them had grasped the timing and angle of their attacks well. Midair, Jin Shi's cheeks puffed up as a cicada-like cry suddenly rang out from his mouth, forming a terrifying sound wave visible to the naked eye that spread out in front of him. A series of ripples quickly spread out and directly enveloped the world spirit. The world spirit, which was about to attack the two women from Ice Heart Valley, was caught off guard and was immediately struck. Ordinary attacks were useless against this kind of incorporeal object, but Jin Shi's secret technique in the form of a sound wave was obviously no small matter. The old man's golden cicada extreme demonic art was passed down from ancient times and was extremely powerful. This golden cicada's cry mainly targeted the soul. Although the world spirit had sentience, it wasn't fully developed, so it was most afraid of such attacks. Jin Shi's attack was the right medicine for the problem, and the effect was extremely significant. The spirit of heaven and earth in the form of a white rabbit clearly showed an extremely painful expression. Its movements also paused, and its body changed as if it was about to collapse. Its two front paws covered its head as it rolled on the spot. At that moment, the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple took action, flicking her jade white hands and sending out two blood-red threads. Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique. As the temple master of Demon Blood Temple, she was able to use two demon blood threads. Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique was fundamentally different from Yang Kai's. Yang Kai used the golden blood in his body to condense golden blood threads, so as long as he had enough golden blood, no matter how much he used, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. However, Demon Blood Temple's demon blood threads were different. Demon Blood Temple's demon blood threads were condensed from condensing one's vitality and physique over a long period of time. So to the people of Demon Blood Temple, they were extremely precious. When cultivating a demon blood thread, a cultivator's vitality would be greatly damaged, and they would have to find a way to supplement their vitality. Otherwise, it would lead to hidden dangers. A cultivator could basically only produce one demon blood thread in their lifetime, and if they were forced to produce a second one, it would put a great burden on their body and could even lead to death. The consequences could be said to be extremely serious. Chapter 1461. After all, the Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique could break through the shur of an origin returning realm master, so it was quite powerful. Generally, powerful secret techniques had many limitations, and the number of demon blood threads was the biggest impediment to this secret technique. However, this beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple had actually produced two demon blood threads, and judging from the aura they were exuding, these two demon blood threads were equally powerful. What's more, her vitality was abundant, and there was no sign of it being damaged. Yang Kai really didn't know how she was able to accomplish this. From this point alone, it was clear that she was able to become the temple master of Demon Blood Temple. The moment the two demon blood threads were shot out by her, they twisted and tumbled as a large amount of blood-red mist gushed out from them and transformed into two blood-red snakes. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he couldn't help showing a look of excitement. His golden blood threads couldn't reach this level, so it seemed that his guess was correct. This demon blood thread secret technique still had a lot of potential to be unearthed. The reason Yang Kai was able to produce golden blood threads was because when he left Luyan's desert, he had helped a Demon Blood Temple disciple named Deng Ning and obtained the first half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique from him. Although it was only the first half, it didn't affect Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai had guessed earlier that the second half of the secret technique should describe how to flexibly use the demon blood threads and its various transformations. Now it seemed that he had guessed right. However, the Demon Blood Thread secret technique was a secret technique of Demon Blood Temple, so it was impossible for an outsider like Yang Kai to obtain it. At this moment, seeing the transformations of the demon blood threads, Yang Kai was naturally overjoyed. Since obtaining the golden blood threads, this secret technique had helped him a lot and played a huge role in many of his battles. If he could really uncover the mysteries hidden in the second half of this secret technique, this secret technique would become even more powerful. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind as the two blood-red snakes took advantage of the white rabbit's momentary daze to rush over, opening their mouths and revealing their fangs. One of them bit the white rabbit's head while the other bit its tail, refusing to let go. Furthermore, blood-red energy was pouring into the white rabbit's body from the fangs, as if it wanted to corrupt its spiritual power. The spirit of heaven and earth was obviously shocked by the sudden attack. When it recovered from Jin Shi's attack, it found that it was restrained from the front and back. It couldn't help but become furious. It shook its head and tail, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get rid of the two blood snakes. Instead, the two blood snakes poured even more blood-red energy into the white rabbit's body, causing it to feel a little dizzy. The spirit of heaven and earth also realized that the situation was bad. It did not dare to stay on the spot anymore. Instead, its body shook, and its white rabbit form immediately collapsed. It turned into pure, icy cold chi and tried to escape. A burst of tender laughter rang out, containing a power that could captivate one's soul, causing everyone present to feel their blood boil and their hearts tremble. The beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple stood mid-air and gently waved her finger, seemingly without the slightest trace of anger, causing the two blood snakes to transform. Looking around, the two blood snakes transformed back into two demon blood threads that instantly entangled themselves before splitting into smaller blood-red threads. These blood-red threads shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed, forming a giant blood-red net that shot towards the spirit of heaven and earth. This time, the spirit of heaven and earth was unable to dodge and was directly struck by this giant blood-red net. "Condense!" the beautiful temple master shouted, and with a single thought, the giant blood-red net suddenly contracted, quickly binding the spirit of heaven and earth. No matter how the spirit of heaven and earth struggled, it was unable to break free. In an instant, the spirit of heaven and earth had become the beautiful temple master's property. The beautiful temple master smiled with a trace of smugness on her face as she stretched out her hand and beckoned towards the blood-red net. As if it had a mind of its own, the blood-red net flew towards her. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A sharp phoenix cry suddenly rang out, and immediately after, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Whether it was the two Ice Heart Valley disciples who were lying on the ground, or the high-spirited Jin Shi and the beautiful temple master, all of them paled and looked around in shock. Behind an ice mountain, a large bird that was over 30 meters long, completely pure white and flawless, as if it was carved out of ice jade, soared into the sky. The large bird didn't have a physical body, and it was only an illusory shadow. Even so, it still looked down with disdain, as if it didn't place anything in the world in its eyes, and its eyes contained boundless dignity. Anyone who met its gaze would feel as if they were nothing more than ants. Ice Phoenix. The eyes of the two women from Ice Heart Valley almost popped out of their sockets as they called out the name of this giant bird, their beautiful eyes filling with fanaticism. Ice Heart Valley's surname was Ice, and in this world, the Ice Phoenix was the ancient spirit most proficient in ice attribute principles. The totem worshipped in Ice Heart Valley was an ice phoenix. However, they had never seen a real ice phoenix before. Although the one in front of them was not a true ancient divine spirit, it was more or less related to that heaven-defying existence. In just a short time, these two women had experienced the ups and downs of life. At first, they thought they would die under the attack of this world spirit. But at the critical moment, someone had appeared and used a powerful secret technique to subdue the ice attribute world spirit. And before they could recover, another ice phoenix phantom had appeared. The mood of the two women was extremely complicated. They had never expected that while they were fighting the world spirit, there would be so many outsiders spying on them from the sidelines. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced. In any case, the two of them had managed to survive. Staring at the ice phoenix with trembling eyes, the two women's faces shone with a strange brilliance. A phoenix cry rang out as the ice phoenix left behind an afterimage and instantly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already blocking the path of the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple, opening its beak and pecking towards the blood-red world spirit. It was as if the ice phoenix was pecking at an insignificant insect, its posture elegant and casual. The beautiful woman was obviously taken aback. After all, an ice phoenix was not something one could see casually, but soon she recovered and shouted, courting death. Whether it was a real ice phoenix or not, daring to have ideas about her prey was something the beautiful woman could not tolerate. Shouting so, She waved her hand and summoned a bracelet-like artifact before sending it towards the Ice Phoenix remnant soul. As soon as this bracelet shot out, it suddenly split into 2, then 3, and in the blink of an eye, the Ice Phoenix remnant soul was enveloped in an overwhelming number of bracelets. The Ice Phoenix, however, turned a blind eye to this. Although it was now just a remnant soul, it could not be destroyed so easily. When the sky full of bracelets smashed down towards it, the Ice Phoenix swallowed the blood into its abdomen, before spreading its wings and summoning the rich ice attribute energy here, transforming it into countless ice blades that surrounded its body. Asterisk ding ding dang dang. Asterisk a series of clinking sounds rang out as the bracelets shattered, and the ice blades collapsed. When the bracelet returned to the beautiful woman's hand, the Ice Phoenix was unscathed while the beautiful woman's pretty face went pale. This could not be helped though. Not only had the Ice Phoenix swallowed the world spirit, it had also not spared her demon blood threads. In this short period of time, the beautiful woman had already felt that the connection between her demon blood threads and her mind had become much weaker. If this continued, she feared her demon blood threads would disappear. Daring to swallow my things, I'm not afraid you won't be able to digest them, the beautiful woman shouted as she formed a series of hand seals, seemingly urging her demon blood threads to attack the Ice Phoenix from inside its body. Although they had only exchanged a single blow, with the beautiful woman's eyesight, she could naturally see that this Ice Phoenix was not a true ancient divine spirit. Otherwise, how could she have dared to remain here? She would have run as far away as she could. Even an Origin King Realm Master would not be able to withstand a single blow from a true ancient divine spirit. As soon as she did so, the Ice Phoenix immediately let out a cry of pain, and a faint red glow appeared on its white body, giving it an extremely strange appearance. Young Kai could no longer continue to hide. The moment the Ice Phoenix rushed out, he had already prepared to take action. So when he saw the Ice Phoenix cry out, he immediately rushed out with Biluo. Sure enough, it was you, little brat. Jinsha rushed out from the side and took the initiative to meet Yang Kai, directly blocking his path, a look of anger and malice filling his face as he glared at Yang Kai, his expression extremely fierce. Yang Kai did not move, simply glancing at him coldly, before turning his attention back to the Ice Phoenix. He could not command the Ice Phoenix to do anything as its remnant soul was only using his body as a medium to temporarily stay here. If this were not the case, he would have been able to give orders to the Ice Phoenix, causing him to feel extremely anxious, fearing that something would happen to the Ice Phoenix here. Fortunately, although the Ice Phoenix was only a remnant soul, it still knew how to make a choice. After letting out a sharp cry for a while, the Ice Phoenix opened its mouth and spat out a blood-red light. As soon as this blood-red light appeared, it immediately split into 2 demon blood threads and returned to the beautiful woman's hands. After all, this was a secret technique that Demon Blood Temple's temple master had spent countless years refining, so it was not easy to digest. After spitting out the demon blood threads, the Ice Phoenix let out a long cry and turned into a white light that rushed directly into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. After swallowing a world spirit, the Ice Phoenix was satisfied and needed to refine it as soon as possible to enhance its strength. As for the next battle, it had nothing to do with it. The moment the Ice Phoenix entered his body, Yang Kai could not help shivering as he felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, this chill did not affect him much, otherwise, he would have had no choice but to turn around and flee. A series of unforeseen events happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. It was so fast that almost no one could react. The 2 women from Ice Heart Valley, who were lying in a pool of their own blood, could not help showing looks of interest when they saw the Ice Phoenix actually take the initiative to enter Yang Kai's body. They could not help wondering what kind of heaven-defying opportunity this man had encountered to allow him to obtain such a treasure. If they could obtain this Ice Phoenix, the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple, on the other hand, was furious, her silver teeth clenched as she glared towards Yang Kai. Chapter 1462. The world spirit had been within her reach, but it had been snatched away by Yang Kai's Ice Phoenix. Between this gain and loss, Demon Blood Temple's temple master's mood could be imagined. At this moment, she wished she could skin Yang Kai alive and grind his bones to dust to vent the hatred in her heart. However, after carefully assessing the situation in front of her, this beautiful woman suddenly restrained her anger and instead smiled charmingly, her beautiful eyes flashing as she called out softly, "Little brother, we really are fated to meet again." She looked at Yang Kai excitedly, and when she spoke, her pink tongue darted out of her mouth and licked her red lips, as if she had just seen a delicious meal, a look of excitement appearing on her face. "It is indeed fate." Yang Kai grinned and gently nodded. Biluo's brow furrowed slightly as she stared at Yang Kai fiercely and asked in a low voice, "Do you know her? You pervert, are you flirting with other women again?" She was obviously not used to seeing the current appearance of Demon Blood Temple's temple master, and thought that Yang Kai had some kind of relationship with her. Hearing her question, Yang Kai glanced over at her, but didn't bother to explain. "Little brother, we are all from Shadowed Star and are one family. Why bother ruining this temple master's good fortune?" The beautiful woman was still smiling sweetly, and her every move seemed to exude endless charm. Her slender waist leisurely took 2 steps forward, and her red lips lightly parted as she said, "If you know what's good for you, obediently hand over the heaven and earth spirit to me, and I can guarantee that nothing happened today. How about it?" "Good. After returning to Shadowed Star, come to Lu Yin Sand Field to find me, and I'll return that world spirit to you." Yang Kai replied with a smile, as if he was chatting casually with Demon Blood Temple's temple master, not showing the slightest trace of nervousness. The beautiful woman's pretty face went cold as her heart filled with anger. Even a fool could understand the perfunctory meaning in the other party's words. If she really returned to Shadowed Star, even if she had great ability, it would be impossible for her to enter Lu Yin Sand Field to find him, let alone return that world spirit. It was clear that the other party wanted to take the spirit of heaven and earth for himself. Letting out a long sigh, Demon Blood Temple's temple master's beautiful eyes flashed a touch of sadness, as if she had once been abandoned by Yang Kai, slowly saying, "Little brother, this queen has no intention of becoming enemies with you, but if you insist on being so obstinate, this queen doesn't mind teaching you a lesson. You should think carefully. If this queen takes action, you and the girl beside you won't be able to leave here safely. You can try if you dare." Yang Kai sneered. "Arrogant brat." Jin Shi flew into a rage and growled, "Sect leader, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's take him down first. A mere First Order origin returning realm dares to be so arrogant? He really doesn't know how high the heavens are, and how deep the earth is." "Yes." Demon Blood Temple's temple master gently nodded, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she chuckled lightly. "This little brat belongs to me. Such a strong man. This queen has never encountered one before. He should be able to increase this queen's vitality significantly." When they had entered the Emperor Garden that day, she and Jin Shi had passed by Yang Kai, who was condensing his shi, and had seen Yang Kai resist the Emperor pressure with his physical body. At that time, Demon Blood Temple's temple master had been shocked by Yang Kai's extraordinary physical strength, so naturally, she had been greatly tempted by him. The stronger a man's physique was, the more useful they were to her. Over the years, Demon Blood Temple's temple master had harmed many strong men, but she had never found a male cultivator who could compare to Yang Kai. Even if today's incident with the world spirit had not occurred, Demon Blood Temple's temple master would not have let Yang Kai off after meeting him in the Emperor Garden. Before, she had only been trying to distract Yang Kai and make him lower his guard. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was nothing more to say. "Then this old master will take these 3 women." Jin Shi laughed loudly, not only regarding Biluo as his own, but also the 2 women from Ice Heart Valley, who were seriously injured and unable to move. When these words reached their ears, the 2 women from Ice Heart Valley couldn't help paling, as they secretly cursed in their hearts. If they were at their peak, the 2 of them might not have been afraid of Jin Shi and Demon Blood Temple's temple master. But now, they could not even display 20 to 30% of their strength, so they could only pin their hopes on Yang Kai. But could a trivial first-order origin returning realm cultivator, who was carrying a burden, who had not yet fully recovered, resist the attacks of this man and woman? The two women from Iceheart Valley were extremely nervous as they stared fixedly at the scene, fearing that young Kai would be killed. If that were to happen, they would not be able to escape. Although they did not want to admit it, they and young Kai were grasshoppers tied to the same rope, and if one was injured, the other would be injured. Little brat, this old master knows that your fire attribute artifact spirit is powerful. But in this place, do you dare release it to fight? Jin Shi sneered, his expression ferocious, his words hitting young Kai's weak spot. The artifact spirit had now turned into a protective shield around young Kai and Biluo. If it were released, young Kai would be able to survive for a while in this frigid environment. But with Biluo's current condition, it would likely die immediately. Jin Shi was certain that the Firebird artifact spirit would be useless in the upcoming battle, at most playing a defensive role. So what? Young Kai looked at him coldly, not caring at all. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Jin Shi coldly snorted, taking a deep breath as he spoke, and in the next moment, a golden light bloomed from his body and enveloped his entire body. Amidst this dazzling golden light, a faint phantom of a cicada appeared behind Jin Shi. This giant cicada was also golden in color, and with a flicker, it drilled into Jin Shi's body. Immediately, Jin Shi's aura underwent a huge change, as an extremely uncomfortable and violent aura filled his body, seemingly capable of drawing out the violent and murderous intent from the depths of one's heart. Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art. Jin Shi hated young Kai to the bone, and the enmity of losing his arm made him restless. So now that he had taken action, he had begun circulating his famous secret art. Obviously, he intended to end this battle quickly. As the golden light dissipated, Jin Shi's exposed skin seemed to have some small scales, and a pair of wings as thin as a cicada's had sprouted from his back. His cheeks puffed up, and after he spoke, a cicada-like cry rang out, and a sound wave visible to the naked eye rushed straight towards Yang Kai. The indifference on Yang Kai's face gradually converged. He had seen this guy use this move to deal with the world spirit just now and knew how strange and powerful this secret technique was, so naturally, he would not act carelessly. Pushing his divine sense, Yang Kai's massive spiritual energy burst out from his mind and condensed a protective barrier in front of him. This spiritual energy was actually visible to the naked eye, like a fiery red mist, shocking the eyes. Divine sense manifestation? Jin Shi's eyes bulged as he called out in shock, a look of disbelief filling his face. Although the power of divine sense was formless, if it was strong to a certain extent, it could be seen with the naked eye. This was the manifestation of divine sense. No one on Shadowed Star was capable of such a feat at the very least. No one Jin Shi knew had such an ability. Only an Origin King Realm cultivator could achieve such a feat. This little brat in front of him had clearly only broken through to the First Order returning realm not long ago. So how could he possess such powerful spiritual energy? Moreover, judging from the color of the barrier formed by this spiritual energy, Jin Shi did not seem to have an ordinary divine sense, but rather a mutated conflagrated knowledge. Shit! Jin Shi's thoughts flashed as he secretly cursed. He had tried to overestimate this little brat's strength, but it seemed he had still underestimated him. The sound wave attack launched by Jin Shi quickly rushed in front of Yang Kai, but it was completely blocked by the fiery red mist, like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to play any role. Fortunately, Jin Shi was not fighting alone. At the same time, Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master also took action, summoning her bracelet-like artifact again, and sending out countless phantom bracelets that smashed towards Yang Kai, each one filled with terrifying momentum. Facing such a situation, Yang Kai's expression remained calm, or perhaps he had already expected this. Flicking his wrist, a 3-meter-long bladeless, dark green sword-shaped artifact appeared in his hand. Dragon Bone Sword Verdant Drop. Pouring his Saint Chi madly into it, the green sword instantly released a brilliant green light, as if it had come to life in Yang Kai's hand. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, the verdant jade sword transformed into a giant dark green dragon, several dozen meters in length, that rushed towards Demon Blood Temple's temple master, with bared fangs and brandished claws. Dragon's might had descended upon the world, and this type of tangible pressure was even more terrifying than that of the Ice Phoenix. Before the phantom bracelets could reach Yang Kai, they were swept away by the giant dark green dragon, and immediately after, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a green mist towards Demon Blood Temple's temple master. This green mist had a foul stench that made anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Demon Blood Temple's temple master cried out in alarm and hurriedly dodged, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. She had not personally participated in the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, but she had received a detailed report from Jin Shi and knew that Yang Kai had such a strange and mysterious artifact in his hands. When she heard Jin Shi's report, she hadn't taken it seriously, thinking he was exaggerating to cover up his failure. After all, artifacts were dead while people were alive. Even if an artifact's grade was high, if the person using it wasn't strong enough, it wouldn't be able to display much of its power. But after seeing it with her own eyes, Demon Blood Temple's temple master no longer dared to think so. The giant dark green dragon transformed from this artifact seemed to have flesh and blood, as if it was an ancient divine spirit that had descended here, making Demon Blood Temple's temple master no longer dared to face it head-on. Such a result wasn't surprising though. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, although Yang Kai had been able to use the Dragon Bone Sword, he had barely been able to do so. At that time, the dragon soul had not cooperated with him, and had even resisted, making it impossible for Yang Kai to control it at will. But now, the dragon soul inside the Dragon Bone Sword had completely submitted to him, and was connected to his mind. The power it could display was even greater than what Yang Kai had displayed on Dragon Cave Mountain. So Demon Blood Temple's temple master's attack naturally collapsed upon contact. Now, she could only dodge back and forth inside this ice path world, while fighting the giant dark green dragon. Seeing this situation, Jin Shi not only wasn't surprised, he was instead overjoyed. This couldn't be helped though, as Yang Kai's artifact spirit was protecting his body, while the Dragon Bone Sword had also transformed into its dragon form and chased after the religion master. This little brat had displayed both of his trump cards, causing Jin Shi's fear to vanish completely. Chapter 1463. Jin Shi was confident that with his strength, he would be able to take Yang Kai's head in the blink of an eye. As long as he could kill Yang Kai, the giant dark green dragon would naturally have no use for him. Not only that, he would also be able to obtain that piece of profound gold, allowing him to reach the grand accomplishment stage of his Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art. When that time came, his strength would surpass the religion master's, and he would be able to take over Demon Blood Temple. Killing several birds with one stone, the key was whether Yang Kai would live or die. Considering all this, Jin Shi's heart burned with excitement, and he no longer hesitated. Waving his hand, he summoned a thin needle-shaped artifact and shot it towards Yang Kai. This type of artifact didn't have significant offensive power, but its advantage was in concealment, making it ideal for sneak attacks. On top of that, although its lethality wasn't great, if one was hit by it, it wouldn't be pleasant. After all, each of these needle-shaped artifacts had a faint green and black glow. Obviously they were highly toxic. Seeing these needle-shaped artifacts flying towards him, Yang Kai calmly summoned a purple shield in front of him. In the next moment, a series of clanging sounds rang out. In front of this origin-grade high-ranked defensive artifact, these needle-shaped artifacts were unable to break through its defenses and cause effective damage to Yang Kai. However, this was enough. Jin Shi didn't use this needle-shaped artifact to attack Yang Kai, but rather to attract his attention. The thin cicada wings on his back fluttered lightly, and his entire body strangely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 5 meters away from Yang Kai's side. His speed was so fast that it was breathtaking. With a ferocious grin on his face, Jin Shi sneered. "Boy, you want to fight with this old master? You're still too inexperienced." As soon as his voice fell, his Shi burst forth and formed an invisible quagmire around Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai's movements to freeze for a moment. Although the power of Shi was similar, different people would more or less have some differences. Jin Shi's sure contained a kind of bloody aura, and when one was wrapped in it, it was as if one had fallen into a pool of blood. Not only was it difficult to move, but it was also difficult to circulate one's Saint Qi. There was also a feeling of being submerged in this bloody aura, making it difficult to breathe. Moreover, when this bloody aura seeped into one's body through one's pores, it would stir up the ruthlessness deep within the cultivator's heart, causing their mind to become unstable. Yang Kai was hit, and his eyes became red. His expression was extremely difficult, and his breathing became faintly rapid. Biluo, who was standing beside him, was even more unbearable. With a cry, her body softened and fell into Yang Kai's arms. She had yet to recover from her serious injuries, and was unable to fight, let alone Jin Shi, a third-order origin returning realm master. Acting so arrogant after just breaking through to the origin returning realm? This old master will show you what a real origin returning realm master is. Jin Shi said smugly as he stretched out his remaining hand towards Yang Kai. This hand was covered in scales and looked terrifying, but it was undeniable that it contained terrifying power. Jin Shi's plan was very simple, to use his Shi to subdue or kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. After all, last time on Dragon Cave Mountain, Jin Shi saw with his own eyes that Yang Kai was only a third-order Saint King. Although he had now broken through to the origin returning realm, he certainly did not have time to condense his own Shi. In other words, the difference between him and a Saint King was only that his cultivation had increased slightly. There was no fundamental change. Using his own strength to attack the enemy's weakness, Jin Shi's idea was undoubtedly correct. Although it was a good idea, Jin Shi could never have imagined that in such a short time, Yang Kai's Shi had already reached the minor accomplishment stage, and was not inferior to any of the origin returning realm masters who had been in this territory for many years. Just as the big hand was about to grab Yang Kai, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth suddenly curled upwards, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face, the panic in his eyes disappearing and being replaced with incomparable calmness. Seeing this situation, Jin Shi's heart clenched as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong, an unprecedented sense of crisis filling his body. Before he could figure out whether Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying him, or if he really had victory in his grasp, a mysterious force suddenly emerged from the other side, not only wrapping him up but also sweeping away his Shi. Kacha. A sound from the depths of Jin Shi's soul caused his complexion to change drastically. When this mysterious force swept over him, he was shocked to find that his Shi was actually collapsing inch by inch, unable to be maintained at all. At the same time, the space around him seemed to distort, giving Jin Shi the illusion that he had been banished to the void. Everything in front of him was also distorted beyond recognition. Yang Kai was clearly right in front of him just now, but in the blink of an eye, he was far away from him. Impossible! Jin Shi cried out in horror as his eyelids twitched. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that Yang Kai had also released his own Shi, and it was even stronger and more mysterious than his own. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break through his own Shi. What kind of power had been fused into his Shi? Why would it distort the space around it? Jin Shi's big hand was clearly only 3 inches away from Yang Kai, but he was unable to continue because in his vision, Yang Kai's position had changed dramatically. He was not confident that he could kill Yang Kai with a single blow. Space Force. Yang Kai's Shi had condensed the mysteries of the Tao of space, so wherever his Shi enveloped, space would change. This was something Yang Kai had comprehended through the Emperor pressure before entering the Emperor Garden. The last few days of this journey had not been wasted. The power of the Emperor pressure had allowed Yang Kai to fuse his space force into his Shi. Although he was still unable to fully integrate it, this kind of fusion of his own divine technique was undoubtedly more powerful than ordinary Shi. The current situation was the best portrayal of this. This was the first time Yang Kai had used his Shi in a battle, so he had great expectations for it. Now it seemed that the results were indeed remarkable. In all fairness, Jin Shi's strength was extraordinary. He had been famous for many years, and his cultivation had reached the third-order origin returning realm. If they really fought, it would be very difficult to kill him. Not to mention in this special environment, where Yang Kai had Biluo to take care of while his opponent also had a helper in the same realm. All kinds of restrictions forced Yang Kai to show weakness to his enemy and deliberately lure Jin Shi closer. When facing the first blow from Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master, Yang Kai had summoned the Verdant Dragon Bone Sword. This was all part of his plan, the purpose of which was to make Jin Shi lower his guard. The other party was really arrogant, thinking that without the help of the Dragon Bone Sword and Artifact Spirit, Yang Kai was a soft persimmon and actually dared to attack him directly. With such a good opportunity, how could Yang Kai miss it? Yang Kai's figure flickered as he pushed his space force and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was behind Jin Shi. This was not an illusion caused by his extreme speed, but rather true teleportation. Within the range of his Shi, Yang Kai could do this, but unfortunately, the range of his Shi was less than 300 meters. In other words, he could only teleport within this small range, but even so, this was still quite amazing. Jin Shi still maintained his charging posture and had not recovered from his daze. Yang Kai waved his hand and a pitch-black blade-like attack took shape, trembled slightly, and shot towards Jin Shi like an arrow. Space Blade. His opponent was a third-order origin returning realm master. So naturally, Yang Kai would not hold back and planned to kill him with a single blow. The Space Blade lived up to his expectations and directly opened a crescent-shaped hole in Jin Shi's back before exiting from the other side. However, Yang Kai wasn't happy and instead showed a look of surprise. He immediately turned his head to the side and saw a distressed figure appear. It was none other than Jin Shi, but at this moment, his face was filled with palpitations and his face was pale, as if his Yuan Qi had been greatly damaged. In the same place where Jin Shi had disappeared, there was a crescent-shaped wound on his back, but strangely, no blood was flowing out from it. Voila. Jin Shi's figure actually collapsed, turning into nothingness and disappearing. Golden cicada shedding? Yang Kai raised his brow, extremely surprised. He had just said it casually. After all, this old man's technique was called the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art. But it turned out he was right. Jin Shi's secret technique was indeed called the Golden Cicada Shedding, but it was actually an escape technique. Since learning the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art, Jin Shi had used this technique to avoid many fatal attacks. Just now, when Yang Kai's space blade left his hand, Jin Shi instinctively sensed the danger and decisively used this secret technique, saving his life. Although this technique was powerful, there were many restrictions to using it, not to mention damaging one's Yuan Qi. Once used, one would not be able to fight for a short time. If this were any other place, Jin Shi might have been able to succeed. However, on this ice road, the space was very small, so even if he wanted to escape, he could not run too far. What made Jin Shi even more desperate was that inside Yang Kai's Shi, he could no longer judge the space around him. Originally, he thought he would try to distance himself from Yang Kai and find an opportunity to join forces with his religion master to fight against Yang Kai. But after escaping, Yang Kai was actually less than 10 meters away from him. Jin Shi almost cursed it out loud. He had never seen such a strange Shi in his life. Interesting. Yang Kai grinned, a strange smile on his face as he increased his control over his Shi. In an instant, the distorted space around him began to slowly collapse. With Yang Kai as the center, within a radius of 300 meters, small void cracks began to appear one after another. These void cracks were as thin as the hairs of an ox, and although they were quickly repaired by the world principles here, they continued to appear. Looking at the pale and helpless Jin Shi, Yang Kai stretched out his hand, slowly clenched it into a fist, and shouted, "Condense!" The space cracks actually obeyed his command and gathered around Jin Shi. They were so dense that they looked like countless tiny snakes. It was a shocking sight. Poor Jin Shi, Demon Blood Temple's great elder, a powerful third-order origin returning realm master, had been forced into such a desperate situation. Seeing these void cracks closing in from all directions, Jin Shi's face finally became panicked as he hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Sect Master Yang, Please show mercy. Chapter 1464. Countless void cracks appeared from all directions, causing Jin Shi's face to fill with horror. Obviously, he wanted to beg for mercy. Normally, he wouldn't be afraid of these unstable void cracks. As long as he used some special methods, he could easily destroy them and escape. But at this moment, he was at his weakest. He had just used his golden cicada shedding carapace secret technique, and could only muster 30% of his Saint Chi. But how could Yang Kai listen to his nonsense? Beating a snake to death wasn't an easy task, so this guy deserved to suffer today. The dense void cracks soon engulfed Jin Shi, and a miserable howl rang out. Jin Shi barely managed to condense his Saint Chi to protect his body, but it didn't play much of a role. As soon as his Saint Chi came into contact with these void cracks, it was banished into the endless void, followed by his flesh, blood, and bones. By the time everything calmed down, the former Great Elder of Demon Blood Temple had been reduced to a pile of minced meat, many of them incomplete, with at least half of his body having disappeared. The two women from Ice Heart Valley stared blankly. They had thought that the battle would be one-sided, and that Yang Kai would be killed instantly, so they had prepared for the worst. But how could they have known that Yang Kai's first move would be so earth-shattering? A dark green dragon transformed from a dark green longsword had left one of the experts completely occupied, and the strange aura had forced the other person into a dead end, dying tragically on the spot in an instant. Which cultivation star did this guy come from? Why had they never heard of him before? To have such strength and cultivate such a strange force, the other party should not be a nameless person. He was definitely a rising star of some large force. However, they had never heard of such a young man from their star territory before. While rejoicing, they also felt a little uneasy. After all, the two of them didn't have any strength to fight back at the moment, nor did they know Yang Kai's strength. If Yang Kai won the final victory and decided to kill them, they likely wouldn't be able to resist. For a time, the two women from Ice Heart Valley were filled with grief. This situation of being meat on the chopping block really made them feel helpless. But they did not dare to act rashly for fear of attracting Yang Kai's attention. On the other side, Demon Blood Temple's temple master was also horrified. She had witnessed the tragic death of Jin Shi, and her heart had been thrown into chaos for a moment. She had never expected Yang Kai's combat power to be so astonishing that even her great tribal chalk elder could not last long in front of him. Didn't they say he had just broken through to the origin returning realm not long ago? Why was there such a powerful aura? Could it be that Jin Shi's information was wrong? Was this guy pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? In an instant, Demon Blood Temple's temple master silently cursed the dead Jin Shi in her heart, secretly regretting that she had provoked such a freak. At this moment, Demon Blood Temple's temple master was being entangled by the giant dark green dragon, and had no spare energy to deal with Yang Kai. The giant dark green dragon was refined from the skeleton of an ancient divine spirit, and had fused with a wisp of its dragon soul and a dragon bead, so it was naturally intelligent. Although it could not judge the situation on its own like the Firebird artifact spirit, and lacked intelligence, making it unable to understand when to advance or retreat, its strength was undeniable. Coupled with Yang Kai's divine sense control, it was fully capable of fighting Demon Blood Temple's temple master alone. Demon Blood Temple's temple master complained incessantly. Her bewitching technique had no effect on the giant dark green dragon, and her bracelet-shaped artifact had also lost a great deal of its spirituality after being shrouded in this green mist. This green mist was highly toxic and had a corrosive effect, so although the grade of this bracelet artifact was not low, it was still unable to resist this poison. Demon Blood Temple's temple master did not even dare to release her demon blood threads, for fear that they would be contaminated by the green dragon. She also had to divide her Saint Chi and focus to resist the terrifying cold here, so the situation was extremely critical. The moment Jin Shi died, Demon Blood Temple's temple master decided to retreat. However, Yang Kai did not give her this opportunity. His figure flickered as he wrapped Biluo up and arrived near her. using his divine sense to control the dragon bone sword to entangle her, while simultaneously sending out his Shur to envelop her. Demon Blood Temple's temple master's expression was filled with shock as she barely managed to avoid the poisonous mist, squeezing out a forced smile on her face and saying, "Little brother, there is no need to be so heartless. What's more, this lady didn't want to do anything to you." Realizing the situation she was in, Demon Blood Temple's temple master even changed the way she addressed herself, no longer referring to herself as this queen in front of Yang Kai. "I don't need to be so heartless," Yang Kai sneered, "because we won't meet again in the future." Demon Blood Temple's temple master's complexion changed slightly as her beautiful eyes filled with resentment and panic, continuing to force a smile. "No, little brother. If you let this mistress go, this mistress will listen to everything you say in the future. Whatever you want this mistress to do, this mistress will do. I promise to serve you comfortably. Is that all right? I am a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so I will be of great use to you." As she spoke, her coquettish eyes were like silk, coupled with those tender red lips. It was indeed quite tempting. "Slut!" Biluo grit her teeth and cursed, a look of disdain filling her face. "Sorry, I'm not interested in you." Yang Kai shook his head with a serious look. "You can die now." As he spoke, the countless void cracks appeared in the space around Demon Blood Temple's temple master again, and gathered towards her under Yang Kai's control. "If you want me to die, don't think you'll have an easy time either." Demon Blood Temple's temple master's demeanor changed from a moment ago to a hysterical roar, her pretty face becoming somewhat distorted as she sent out 2 blood-red demon blood threads. Immediately forming a series of hand seals, she shouted, "Explode!" A sensational energy fluctuation rippled from the demonic blood thread. Soon after, 2 clusters of blood-red light blossomed from the demonic blood thread. They were like the most beautiful flowers, blooming their final beauty. However, this beauty hid endless murderous intent. Yang Kai's face changed, and without even thinking about it, he immediately summoned his purple shield and pushed its sandstorm power to protect himself and Biluo. Boom, boom, boom. 2 loud sounds rang out, and the entire ice road began to shake violently. The aftermath of the violent explosion swept out and instantly destroyed Yang Kai's Shur. Even the giant dark green dragon, which was rushing towards Demon Blood Temple's temple master, was sent flying by the terrifying shockwaves. Demon Blood Temple's temple master's 2 demon blood threads had been refined by her for many years and had absorbed an unimaginable amount of vitality, so the power of this explosion was naturally immense. The area within 1,000 meters of Demon Blood Temple was a complete mess. However, Demon Blood Temple's temple master had disappeared, obviously taking advantage of the chaos just now to escape. A golden light flashed from Yang Kai's left eye as he looked around through the layers of fog, and soon caught sight of Demon Blood Temple's temple master's figure. Her speed could not be described as slow. In the blink of an eye, she had crossed 1,000 meters, and was desperately trying to escape from the ice road. Yang Kai's brow rose slightly, but he didn't chase after her, instead standing in place with a gloating look on his face, waiting quietly, as if he was waiting for a good show to begin. Perceiving this, Demon Blood Temple's temple master was overjoyed. She thought that Yang Kai had been injured in the explosion just now, and would not be able to chase after her, secretly rejoicing that she had acted decisively enough. Otherwise she would have died. However, before she could finish this thought though, a gray figure suddenly appeared in her field of vision. This figure wasn't very big, only about a meter tall, and had a strange appearance like a stone statue. However, what made Demon Blood Temple's temple master suspicious was that this stone statue was too lifelike, its 2 eyes incredibly sharp. What was even more strange was that this stone statue was actually carrying a black stick, and was squatting motionlessly on top of a small iceberg. What is this? Demon Blood Temple's temple master couldn't help staring at it suspiciously. At this moment, the stone statue actually stood up from the iceberg. Its 2 clear eyes stared at him. Then it raised the pitch-black staff in its hand, and swung it at him in a seemingly light manner. This action was undoubtedly quite comical, because Demon Blood Temple's temple master didn't feel any threat from it. But in the next moment, her complexion changed dramatically. The black stick, which was originally only the height of the stone statue, strangely elongated the moment it was swung out and smashed down towards her like a mountain. A sense of horror she had never felt before emerged from the bottom of her heart, and Demon Blood Temple's temple master found it difficult to breathe. It was as if under the weight of this stick, even the heavens and earth would change color. Demon Blood Temple's temple master was a character who had experienced many great storms and fought countless battles throughout her life. Her combat experience was extremely rich, so at this moment, how could she not understand that this stone statue was obviously the other party's last resort? She recalled that when Jin Shi reported to her about the battle on Dragon Cave Mountain, he had mentioned a huge stone giant. Could it be? Demon Blood Temple's temple master didn't dare to think about it anymore, biting the tip of her tongue and spitting out a blood mist. This blood mist seemed to have a mind of its own as it wriggled in front of Demon Blood Temple's temple master, before wrapping around her body. In an instant, a blood-red artifact armor appeared on her tender body, one that seemed to have decent defense. But this wasn't all. Demon Blood Temple's temple master summoned a mirror-like artifact, which transformed into an invisible barrier directly above her. Just as he finished these actions, the pitch-black stick had already fallen. With a crashing sound, the invisible barrier was like a piece of paper. The moment it came into contact with the rod, it shattered and returned to its original form. It was sent flying to the side. The mirror shattered and the spiritual light dimmed. Demon Blood Temple's temple master's face instantly went pale, and before she could do anything, the stick had already landed on her head. Her vision went dark as Demon Blood Temple's temple master lost consciousness. Even if she was a third-order origin returning realm master, being hit by the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar was absolutely impossible to survive. Her head directly burst open and her body plummeted down like a meteor under the terrifying force, smashing into the hard ice and creating a beautiful flower of blood. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. The stone mongoose was naturally released by him in advance. Although the cold here was terrifying, it had no effect on it at all. Yang Kai's original intention was to let the stone mongoose find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack and see if it could win the battle in one fell swoop. But he hadn't expected such an unexpected result. Of course, Yang Kai wasn't dissatisfied with this result. If it weren't for the stone mongoose standing guard and attacking Demon Blood Temple's temple master unexpectedly, it would have been quite difficult to kill her. Chapter 1465. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of any origin returning realm master with his current combat power, if Demon Blood Temple's temple master was determined to escape, there was nothing he could do unless he sealed all her escape routes in advance. Fortunately, her plan did not succeed. A moment later, the stone mongoose ran over and handed a space ring to Yang Kai. This was obviously something that belonged to Demon Blood Temple's temple master. Yang Kai took it, swept it with his divine sense, and happily put it away. As the temple master, this beautiful woman's wealth was naturally rich, but Yang Kai didn't have time to check it one by one, so he could only put it aside for now and wait until they left the Emperor Garden. Turning his head, Yang Kai couldn't find Jin Shi's space ring. Yang Kai guessed that he had accidentally sent it into some void crack, so it would be impossible to retrieve it. However, this wasn't a big deal as the harvest from this battle was more than enough. At the very least, Yang Kai had achieved his original goal. Reaching out and putting the stone mongoose into the black book space, Yang Kai said lightly, "Let's go." Biluo seemed to be a little absent-minded as she gently nodded and allowed Yang Kai to lead her towards the end of the ice road, a strange expression appearing on her face along the way. She felt that her previous thoughts had been completely wrong. When she first met Yang Kai and discovered that his cultivation was the same as hers, Biluo subconsciously felt that Yang Kai and her master weren't a good match. She felt that Yang Kai hadn't worked hard over the years, and that the gap between him and her master was growing larger and larger. However, after this battle, she realized that although Yang Kai's cultivation was 2 minor realms lower than her master's, In terms of combat power, he was probably on par with her master. If her master had been the one to deal with this battle just now, he might not have been able to handle it as perfectly as Yang Kai. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had relied too much on external forces. Although this could be considered a part of his strength, there was always something to be desired about it. One's own strength was the foundation. External forces were not the way to go in the long run. No one was perfect, and even Jade had flaws. Now it seemed that although there was a gap between him and her master, it wasn't too big, and he was barely a match. Thinking so, Biluo's mood inexplicably improved. The dangers on the ice road had been eliminated, so the rest of the way was naturally unimpeded. Soon, Yang Kai brought Biluo to the main hall he had visited last time. By now, Yang Kai was already familiar with the place. However, he didn't rush to leave, and instead stared behind him. A moment later, Yang Kai and Biluo's group of course. After leaving the ice road, they were surprised to see Yang Kai waiting for them. Both women were stunned and vigilant looks appeared on their faces. Immediately, the older woman stepped forward and asked, "Dare I ask for little brother's name?" "This mistress is Scarlet Wave Stars Ice Heart Valley's Tan Ting He, and many thanks for little brother's life-saving grace." Yang Kai glanced at them faintly and said, "If you're only here to thank me, then there's no need for that. I have a grudge with those two. Killing them has nothing to do with you." Tan Ting He heard this and smiled bitterly. That being said, those two obviously weren't good people. If it weren't for little brother, junior sister, and I probably wouldn't have been able to escape. So in any case, little brother, please accept this bow from this mistress and junior sister. Saying so, she actually bowed to the other woman. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, as he didn't bother to stop them. Although he had no intention of drawing his sword to help them, they had indeed saved their lives because of his appearance. This was a fact. Otherwise, with Jean Sher's personality and style, these two women would likely have been consigned to eternal damnation. It wasn't too much to accept their bow. After thanking them, seeing that Yang Kai didn't say much, and even showed an unfriendly look, the two women's expressions became somewhat awkward. They glanced at each other, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. "Is there anything else?" Yang Kai frowned and showed some displeasure. In their current situation, it was best for them to quickly find a place to meditate and recuperate. Why did they keep pestering him? Could it be that they saw his strength and wanted to join forces with him? Or could it be that they wanted to rely on him to protect their safety? Yang Kai guessed in his heart. If this was the case, then they had miscalculated. Although they were quite good-looking, he wasn't so kind as to help them casually. Carrying Biluo was already difficult enough, so Yang Kai had no intention of taking care of two wounded people. "It's like this." Tan Ting He brushed her hair behind her ear, as she looked at Yang Kai expectantly and asked, "Dare I ask, little brother, the thing that swallowed the world spirit just now, was it the legendary ancient divine spirit Ice Phoenix?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared at the other party coldly, his expression becoming gloomy. Perceiving his hostility, Tan Ting He quickly waved her hand. "Little brother, please don't misunderstand. My junior sister, and I don't want to harm you. What's more, the two of us don't have the ability to do so. We just wanted to ask. So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. This woman really didn't know what was good for her. Why was she inquiring about these things? Didn't she know that some things were taboo? If he was the kind of person with a bad temper, he would have killed her just because of this sentence. Hearing his answer, Tan Ting He's face lit up and she hurriedly said, "If it really is an ice phoenix, can little brother transfer it to my Ice Heart Valley? We can satisfy any request you have." "Transfer?" Yang Kai's face froze for a moment before he angrily laughed. "Are you still dreaming? How can you say such a thing?" Even Biluo, who was an outsider, looked at Tan Ting He sarcastically. This proposal was the funniest joke she had ever heard in her life. What kind of noble existence was the Ice Phoenix? Yang Kai being able to obtain a wisp of its remnant soul was a heaven-defying opportunity. So how could he possibly give it away? However, in the face of Yang Kai's cold words, Tan Ting He wasn't discouraged and instead said seriously, "I won't hide it from little brother. My Ice Heart Valley cultivates an ice attribute secret art, and the totem our disciples worship is the Ice Phoenix. So this thing has an unimaginable effect on my Ice Heart Valley. So what? Yang Kai became impatient. If this mistress is not mistaken, little brother doesn't cultivate an ice attribute secret art. Although the Ice Phoenix is rare, it won't be of much use to you, and you won't be able to display its full potential. If you agree to transfer it, I can agree to all your conditions on behalf of the sect. Tan Ting he spoke very quickly, hurriedly explaining her plan, while the other woman from Ice Heart Valley nodded in agreement. If Yang Kai could really agree to this deal, Ice Heart Valley would be willing to pay any price, which was why they dared to make such a decision with the other elders of the sect. They believed that the other elders of the sect would only rejoice, and would not complain in the slightest. I'll take what you just said as a passing wind. If you dare say another word, I'll make sure the two of you never leave the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai glanced at them coldly, and threatened unceremoniously before tugging at Biluo and walking away. Little brother, think about it carefully. If you've made up your mind, you can come to Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. Tan Ting he seemed unwilling to give up, and shouted from behind. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden light shot out from the front. Halfway through, it changed from a stab to a whip, sweeping across her body like a whip. With a delicate cry, Tan Tingy was sent flying into the air, and landed heavily on the ground. When she looked up, Yang Kai and Biluo had disappeared. Senior sister, the other woman from Ice Heart Valley, was shocked, and quickly walked over to help Tan Ting he up. I'm fine. Tan Ting he slowly shook her head, a look of unwillingness appearing on her face. She wanted to chase after them, but remembering the strength of that blow just now, she didn't dare to act rashly. She understood that her words just now had aroused the other party's killing intent, but because he wasn't a vicious person, he had only given her a small warning, instead of actually killing her. Angering the other party at this moment was undoubtedly unwise, as it was no different from courting death. However, watching this cultivator, who didn't cultivate an ice attribute secret art, leave with an Ice Phoenix remnant soul, filled her with unwillingness. If that thing had been placed in Ice Heart Valley, it would have played a huge role. How can that person be so unreasonable? The younger woman was indignant. It's us who didn't know what was good for us. Tan Ting he smiled bitterly. But senior sister, are we just going to watch such a great opportunity slip away from our eyes? The other woman was obviously unwilling to give up. What else can we do? We can only hope that he changes his mind one day. In any case, I've already told him where our Ice Heart Valley's cultivation star is. So if he really wants to exchange it one day, he should come to the sect. Tan Ting he shook her head. Forget it, this matter ends here. Junior sister, let's find a place to adjust our breathing first. On the other side, Yang Kai and Biluo left the palace. Although Tan Ting he's proposal had been rejected by him, and he had even taught her a lesson, Yang Kai's mood was somewhat complicated. The Ice Phoenix remnant soul was something he had left to Su Yan, so it should have been Su Yan's inheritance, but now it was being eyed by an outsider and shamelessly demanded to be exchanged for it, making him very annoyed. If it weren't for the fact that there was no enmity between him and these two women, he would have already killed them instead of allowing them to complain. Along the way, Biluo was extremely well-behaved and didn't say a word. She also knew that the reason she was able to walk safely in this crisis-ridden Emperor Garden was entirely thanks to Yang Kai, so she didn't dare disturb him. Soon the two arrived in front of a maze. Standing in front of the entrance, Yang Kai frowned and thought hard. He had been to this place once before. When he, Fei Ji too, and the others had come here, they had also gotten lost, but overall, their journey had gone smoothly. At that time, Lian Guang's puppet had been leading the way, which not only saved them time and effort, but also allowed them to avoid many dangers. Now that he had no puppet to rely on, Yang Kai could only rely on his own memories. Fortunately, he could still remember the route they had taken that day, so even if there were some places he wasn't clear about, he should be able to recall them once he reached a certain place. Chapter 1466. After a while, Yang Kai took a deep breath and led the way into the labyrinth, Biluo naturally following without a word. This kind of maze-like terrain often contained many barriers and spirit arrays. And now that the Emperor Garden had officially opened, the level of danger inside had greatly increased. So Yang Kai didn't dare to lower his guard along the way, constantly using his demon eye of annihilation to scan his surroundings to prevent himself from accidentally triggering any kind of barrier. 2 days later, Yang Kai led Biluo out from the other side of the labyrinth, both of them looking a little tired and fearful. Being able to leave the labyrinth was largely due to Yang Kai's memories and a bit of luck. Unlike the previous labyrinth, which only had barriers and barriers, Yang Kai and Biluo encountered many ancient puppets. These ancient puppets were of different shapes and sizes, and their strength varied greatly, but all of them were Origin Returning Realm Masters, with the strongest having reached the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, causing Yang Kai a lot of trouble. Fortunately, Yang Kai was no ordinary Origin Returning Realm Master, and with the help of his Dragon Bone Sword and Firebird Artifact Spirit, as well as the tyrannical power of the Stone Mongoose, he was able to make it through safely. In particular, the Stone Mongoose had a strong restraining effect on these ancient puppets. After passing through the labyrinth, 2 arched doors appeared in front of them, one black and one white, giving off a strange appearance. The white one seemed to be made of white jade, while the black one gave off a gloomy aura, creating a stark contrast. Behind these 2 arched doors, however, was a vast expanse of chaotic nothingness that Yang Kai's divine sense couldn't detect. On the surface, it was like the surface of a lake, unfathomable. Biluo was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "Space array doors." Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise before nodding. "Good, you actually recognize them." "I've seen them before." Biluo's expression became dignified. "Which one should we enter?" "I'll tell you later. Let's recover for a while first." Yang Kai smiled lightly. When he came here last time, Feiji too, and the others had struggled for a long time. They didn't know which space array door to enter. After all, this choice was really difficult. Most people would prefer the white one, because the black one often represented danger and danger. But in fact, no matter which space array door they chose, neither of them was dangerous. The only difference was that they arrived at a different location. Feiji 2 and the others had entered the white space array gate that day. There, they encountered a jade coffin, which triggered the barrier of the Emperor Garden. The Emperor Garden had appeared, and inside this jade coffin, there seemed to be a person lying quietly. The great emperors of the star, of Yang Kai, and the Emperor Palace. And so, this information was obtained by Yang Kai from Yang Inflammation. After all, Yang Inflammation was a soul clone of one of the great emperors, and had some understanding of these secrets. Yang Kai, Du Cc, and the others had entered the black space array door, where the old woman, an Origin Returning Realm Master, had fallen and where the heaven-shaking pillar had been obtained. Half an hour later, Yang Kai and Biluo finished recovering, and under Yang Kai's instructions, the two walked towards the black space array door step by step. Looking at the bottomless black space array door, Biluo couldn't help feeling a little nervous as she reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's clothes. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had a relaxed look on his face as he brought her into the black array gate. An indescribable sense of weightlessness enveloped them, causing them to feel dizzy for a moment. By the time they regained their senses, they had already arrived in another place. Looking around, Yang Kai's face lit up. This was the place. That day, he, the old woman, and the others had passed through the black spatial array gate and arrived at this place. "Come with me." Yang Kai called out to Biluo and began walking forward, seemingly searching for something. Biluo looked at him blankly, but didn't ask any questions. This was clearly a garden-like place, filled with the fragrance of flowers, a small bridge overflowing water, and a large number of artificial mountains. The scenery was very unique. Kai Yang looked around the artificial mountains, from time to time slowly shaking his head. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly rushed towards one of the rockery. Over there, Yang Kai smelled a faint fragrance that refreshed his senses. Even Biluo, who had not yet fully recovered from her injuries, had a slightly better complexion at this moment. Soon, Yongkai arrived in front of the rockery. Looking at a familiar pool in front of him, Yongkai couldn't help grinning. Found it. Bailua was very curious. She looked into the pool and found that it was very dry. There was only a small amount of milky white liquid at the bottom of the pool that was almost negligible. The strange fragrance was emitted by this milky white liquid. What is this? Biluo asked curiously. Yongkai didn't speak, instead reaching out and dipping his finger into the milky white liquid at the bottom of the pool before pointing it at Biluo and saying, "Open your mouth." Biluo opened her mouth subconsciously, and Yongkai directly poked his finger in. The next moment, Biluo's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but stick out her small tongue, rolling it around Yongkai's finger a few times, and licking the inexplicable liquid clean. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the little girl's face became rosy, not because she was aroused or shy, but because at this moment, she felt that her vitality had increased by a lot. The weakness in her vitality caused by her previous injuries had been resolved at this moment. Meditate and refine it, don't waste it, Yongkai ordered, a strange smile appearing on his face. Oh! Biluo obediently walked to the side, but before leaving, she glared fiercely at Yongkai. Both of them clearly remembered the absurd things that happened in Fragrance City's Shanqing Luo Palace when they were young and impetuous. Although nearly 30 years had passed, that kind of experience was too special. Who could forget it? In particular, Biluo's small mouth was thin and tender, delicate and rosy, and when she smiled, a row of small silver teeth could be seen, giving her a very lethal appearance. After Biluo sat down cross-legged and began refining the life-revitalizing jade cream, Yongkai turned his gaze to the back of the rockery with excitement. When he came here that day, he had vaguely guessed that there should be pure life-revitalizing jade cream hidden somewhere behind this rockery. What he, the old woman, and the others had obtained was just a diluted product. Now it seemed that his guess was correct. After all, he, the old woman, and the others had turned this pool upside down that day, and they didn't leave anything behind. However, when they arrived here today, some thin life-revitalizing nectar had actually appeared, and this was sufficient to explain everything. If it was just Yongkai alone, it might have been a bit difficult to find where this pure life-revitalizing jade cream was hidden, but for today, he had made sufficient preparations. With a thought, Yongkai released the stone mongoose from the black book space, took out a container specially used to hold liquid, and handed it to it before pointing to the rockery in front of him. The stone mongoose understood, and its figure flickered as it directly slammed into the rockery. A strange thing happened next. The moment the stone mongoose's body touched the rockery, it seemed to become invisible and directly merged into it, disappearing in an instant. However, in Yongkai's perception, he could vaguely perceive the position of the stone mongoose and feel it constantly moving deeper into the rockery. Now that it was 1,000 meters away from him, Yongkai stood in place and waited expectantly. The stone mongoose could even drill a hole in colored glass Sek's 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain, so it was naturally easy for it to find something here. Less than a stick of incense worth of time later, the stone mongoose's figure suddenly drilled out of the rockery again and happily jumped in front of Yongkai, opening its mouth wide and spitting out a container. Yongkai stretched out his hand and grabbed the container, releasing his divine sense to investigate its contents, and couldn't help grinning widely. Inside the container was a milky white liquid about a foot in diameter. Although it was liquid, it was extremely thick, at least 10 times richer than the life-revitalizing jade cream in the pool. This was the purest form of life-revitalizing jade cream, one of the 3 great divine waters in Star Territory. Yongkai was in a good mood. He hadn't expected this trip to go so smoothly. On this trip to the Emperor Garden, Yongkai had only 2 goals. One was to obtain World Spirit, and the other was to obtain life-revitalizing jade cream. Although obtaining the former had taken a bit of effort, Yongkai had finally achieved his goal, while obtaining the latter without encountering any obstacles. All of this was thanks to the mysteries of the stone mongoose. Without its help, Yang Kai estimated that it would have been very difficult for him to reach such a deep place to obtain the life-revitalizing jade cream. With the help of so much life-revitalizing jade cream, Yang Kai no longer had to worry about the lack of golden blood. In fact, even replacing his own blood with pure golden blood was no longer an extravagant hope. After happily fiddling with the life-revitalizing jade cream for a while, Yang Kai solemnly put it away. Biluo also opened her eyes at that moment, a look of joy filling her face. "How do you feel?" Yang Kai asked casually. "Much better. I should be able to fight now," Biluo sighed lightly. Biluo breathed a sigh of relief. She had been with Yang Kai for the past few days, and had been sheltered by him. So Biluo had been quite anxious. Although Yang Kai's strength was amazing, this was the Emperor Garden, a place filled with dangers, and one more person was better than nothing. Although she didn't dare say that her cultivation had fully recovered, at the very least, she was no longer a burden. "Where are we going now?" Biluo got up and asked. "Follow me, there's a good thing over there." Yang Kai grinned, his expression calm. The good thing he was referring to was naturally the stone steel that Qian Tong had been trapped in back then. The reason why Qian Tong had taken the risk to enter this place was to bring an artifact refiner here, to study the artifact refining experience. The stone steel contained the most profound artifact refining Tao. After escaping from the Emperor Garden, that artifact refiner had entered retreat to study the stone steel. Not long ago, news came that this artifact refiner had broken through to the origin grade artifact refiner level, which showed just how valuable this stone steel was. Since he had come to this place, Yang Kai certainly wasn't willing to miss this opportunity. If possible, he wanted to take this stone steel with him. Moreover, if Yang Kai wanted to find yang inflammation, he would have to pass through this place. In any case, it was just along the way, so it shouldn't take much time. Chapter 1467. The place where Qian Tong had been trapped back then was not too far from where he was now. Yang Kai followed his memory and left this garden-like place, passing through a 1,000-meter-long corridor and smoothly arriving inside a palace. This was the place where Qian Tong had been trapped, and the stone steel had been erected here. Yang Kai thought that since this place was so secluded, no one would come here, but after stepping into the palace, he realized he was wrong. Not only had someone come here, but there was more than one of them. Not far away, there were 7 or 8 people standing together, all of them staring off in a certain direction. Each of these 7 or 8 people exuded a powerful aura. There were men and women, old and young, but among these 7 or 8 people, there was a young man who stood out. This young man's face was like a crown of jade. His lips were red and his teeth were white. His exposed skin was so fair that it would make any woman jealous. At this moment, he held a folding fan in his hand. His posture was elegant, as if he were a young master from some great power, who was taking his servants on a spring outing. His expression was relaxed. Everyone present paled in comparison to this young man, causing Yang Kai's eyes to involuntarily fall on him. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai could not help shrinking his neck, wishing he had never come to this place in the first place. This could not be helped though, as this young master was actually Shuiyu, the woman he had been avoiding like a snake. Why is she here? Yang Kai could not help cursing in his heart. Although there had been some twists and turns along the way, overall, it had been smooth sailing. Yang Kai had never expected to run into Shuiyu in this place. This is an unlucky year. After entering the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had clearly shaken her off, so how could he have met her again? If only he had known Shuiyu was here, Yang Kai would not have come here no matter what. But unfortunately, the Emperor Garden restricted the extension of one's divine sense, so he had not been able to spy on the situation here in advance. What made Yang Kai even more curious was which path Shuiyu had taken to enter this place. The moment he saw this woman, Yang Kai pulled Biluo, wanting to take her away quickly. However, Biluo did not move at all. Instead, he stared blankly in a certain direction. His face was filled with surprise and some grievance. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Master!" As soon as she finished speaking, her body swayed. Wrapped in a burst of fragrant wind, she pounced over Yang Kai was stunned. Turning his head to look in that direction, he saw a woman in red, dressed like a young woman looking at him. Their eyes met, and both of them were slightly dazed. That young woman was extremely enchanting. It was as if she was born with a charm that could turn all living things upside down. Any man would go crazy for her. Those beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars, captivating everyone's mind. He was immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Her tender body was graceful, and her twin peaks were full. Her fiery red robes could not hide her impressive figure, and instead accentuated it vividly. Her skin was white as snow, and her 10 fingers were like spring onions. The moment she saw Yang Kai, this enchanting woman seemed unable to believe her eyes, and her tender body trembled slightly. Qing Luo, Yang Kai murmured, although after seeing Biluo, he knew that Shan Qing Luo had also come to the Emperor Garden. He had not expected his meeting with her to be so dramatic. If this were any other place, Yang Kai would have been happy, but at this moment, Yang Kai turned his head to look to the side, and found that Shuiyu was also staring at him, her pair of beautiful eyes flashing with anger, and a kind of love-hate hatred. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, knowing that it was impossible for him to retreat at this time. Without even mentioning the fact that Shan Qing Luo was here, there was no way he could retreat, and Shuiyu would definitely not allow him to leave safely. Yang Kai had not been with this woman for a long time, but he knew that she had an extremely strong desire for control. Either he submitted to her, or she would destroy him. Since he had left Rainfall Star without any hesitation, the relationship between the two of them had become more of an enemy than a friend. The situation was very delicate. Shan Qing Luo and the masters from Shuiyu had some kind of conflict between them, but before Yang Kai arrived, the two sides were obviously confronting each other. Shan Qing Luo was currently standing in front of the stone tablet that contained the artifact refining Tao. It seemed that she had been investigating the mysteries hidden in this stone tablet. Haha! Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. Third young master, it seems we've met again. And we meet again. Shuiyu actually smiled at Yang Kai. Although she was dressed like a man, her smile contained endless charm, no less enchanting than Shan Qing Luo's. It seems that the one who followed this young master into the Emperor Garden was really you? If I said no, would third young master believe me? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. What do you think? Shuiyu grit her teeth. Third young master, do you know this person? An old man with a long beard next to Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and asked softly. And I know him, an old friend. Shuiyu's lips curled slightly as she emphasized the last few words. Anyone could hear the dissatisfaction she felt towards Yang Kai. The old man nodded lightly before turning a malicious look towards Yang Kai. A trivial first-order origin returning realm. No matter where he came from, as long as he dared to offend the third young master, he would definitely die without a burial. The old man did not put Yang Kai in his eyes at all, and was only waiting for the third young master to give the order to take Yang Kai's head. Ahem! Yang Kai lightly coughed before turning to Shuiyu with an embarrassed look and saying, Third young master, can you wait a moment? I have an acquaintance here that I haven't seen for many years, and I have some things to say. An acquaintance? You mean this dragon lady? A strange light flashed across Shuiyu's eyes as she chuckled lightly. I've never heard of you having some kind of relationship with the monster race. But it doesn't matter. Please do as you wish. Saying so, Shuiyu casually opened her folding fan and gently fanned herself a few times, appearing extremely free and easy. Yang Kai gently nodded, but did not use any movement skill, instead just strolling towards Shan Qing Luo. The beguiling demon queen still hadn't recovered from her shock, or rather, this unexpected reunion had caused her to lose her ability to judge. She was still standing there in a daze, her red lips moving a few times as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't dare to make a sound. She was afraid that if she made a sound, this illusion would disappear in front of her eyes. She was extremely worried about personal gains and losses. Biluo was already sobbing in her arms. She felt extremely wronged. Perhaps it was because she had been infected, but Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes were gradually covered with a layer of mist. After crossing a few dozen meters, Yang Kai soon arrived in front of Shanqing Luo, and as Yang Kai gradually approached, her breathing gradually became rapid and her tender body began to tremble more and more obviously. Even her face and neck were flushed red. The seed of love that Yang Kai had inadvertently planted in her body several decades ago had already turned her world upside down, making it impossible for her to maintain her calm in front of Yang Kai. If there was anyone in this world who could restrain her, it was undoubtedly Yang Kai. Even when she had met Red Moon Tribal Lord, she had never been so helpless. At that time, even if she was no match for him, the only thing that awaited her was death. But now, she felt as if her soul was about to melt. As Yang Kai walked towards her step by step, the sound of his footsteps was like the dull beat of a drum, pounding on her heart, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. All these years, Qing Luo, have you been well? Yang Kai hesitated for a long time before finally asking. Yang Kai had always felt some regret towards Shanqing Luo. After all, since he left the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land and went to Tongxian Realm, the two of them had never seen each other again, unlike Su Yan and his little senior sister, whom he could still meet after that. He thought he would never see the beguiling demon queen again in this life. He thought that he would miss out on this seductive woman. How could he have known that the world was so fickle, that in this vast star territory, the two of them would meet again one day? Thousands of words were on the tip of Yang Kai's tongue, but he didn't know where to begin. Hearing this familiar voice that the beguiling demon queen had missed for nearly 30 years, Shanqing Luo could no longer restrain her emotions, tears silently slipping down her cheeks as she asked in a trembling voice, "Please tell me this isn't a dream." "No." Yang Kai grinned, stretched out his hand, and gently wiped her tears. Shanqing Luo closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again. Yang Kai was still standing in front of her, his big rough hands still stroking her cheeks. All of this felt extremely real, without the slightest illusion. "Little bastard." Shanqing Luo ground her teeth and cursed under her breath, immediately wrapping herself in a fragrant wind as she threw herself into Yang Kai's arms. With such a beauty throwing herself into his arms, even if the situation was critical, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little restless, especially when it came to a woman like Shanqing Luo. Once she showed weakness, the temptation and lethality of a man couldn't be measured with common sense. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed, his face twisting. For some reason, Shanqing Luo seemed to have lost her mind. With one hand, she pinched Yang Kai's waist and twisted it fiercely, while her other hand clenched into a fist and pounded Yang Kai's chest, seemingly venting all the grievances and longing she had felt all these years. From an outsider's point of view, this was undoubtedly Shanqing Luo flirting with him, but only Yang Kai knew that this enchantress was really going all out. Although she wouldn't injure him, the pain he felt was unavoidable. This dragon lady. Yang Kai was both angry and anxious, but this wasn't the end of it. After quietly punching Yang Kai for a while, Shanqing Luo suddenly raised her head and stood on her tiptoes, her beautiful eyes filled with endless resentment, like a resentful woman, opening her mouth and biting down on Yang Kai's neck. Everyone was dumbfounded. The 7 or 8 origin returning realm masters on Shui Yu's side all shook their heads, muttering under their breaths. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, she was actually so shameless and immoral. This demoness was indeed a demoness. She had no sense of shame at all. As for that little brat who was being entangled by the dragon lady, it was obvious he wasn't a good person. How did young Master Shui Yu know this person? The third young master had always been self-disciplined and wouldn't make friends with a cat or a dog. Such a person shouldn't be placed in the third young master's eyes. Enough! Someone suddenly shouted. Shui Yu couldn't stand it anymore. It was fine that they were flirting in front of everyone, but if things continued to develop, that adulterous couple would go even further. How could Shui Yu tolerate that? Chapter 1468. Although Shui Yu and Yang Kai had once hugged each other naked on the Dead Star, that place was a barren wasteland with no audience, so how could it compare to this scene? What's more, seeing Yang Kai not resisting, and allowing the dragon lady to do as she pleased. Shuiyu felt her lungs explode, her body trembling as she clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Unable to bear it any longer, Shuiyu blurted out in anger. After shouting, Shuiyu also realized that her reaction was a little too big, so she quickly added righteously, hugging in public, you really have no sense of shame. Saying so, she ground her teeth and glared at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to skin him alive. You scared me to death. Shanqing Luo patted her towering chest exaggeratedly, her expression suddenly changing from anger to annoyance as she glanced sideways at Shuiyu, giggled, and said to Yang Kai, we'll talk about our business later. Agreed. Yang Kai nodded solemnly, breathing a sigh of relief in his heart. Observing her expression, he naturally knew that after such a torment, Shanqing Luo's mood should have calmed down. However, after not seeing this dragon lady for so many years, her seductiveness had become even more outstanding. When those eyes of hers had been directed towards him, Yang Kai's soul had almost been sucked away. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai asked softly, do you have some kind of grudge with them? Not really, it's just, humans and demons can't coexist. Shanqing Luo smiled lightly. Since you're with Biluo, you should have heard some things about me, right? That's right. Shanqing Luo chuckled and briefly explained what had happened before. It was by chance that after vaguely perceiving that Yang Kai was also in the Emperor Garden, she had been searching for him. As such, they had been searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts all this time, going deep into the Emperor Garden, and inadvertently coming to this place, discovering the stone stele inside this palace. While they were investigating its mysteries, Shuiyu led a group of people in. Then, Yang Kai and Biluo arrived, and she and Shuiyu's people didn't even have time to fight. Is that so? Yang Kai listened to her story and gently nodded, already having a plan in his mind. Since there was no deep hatred between the two sides, there was no need to start a fight here. Considering all this, he raised his head and grinned at Shuiyu. Third young master. As the saying goes, it is better not. It's fate that we're able to meet here. How about we end this matter? Sure. Unexpectedly, he said. Shuiyu actually agreed so readily that even Yang Kai was stunned. But soon after, Shuiyu nodded. But soon Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Since Shuiyu had agreed so quickly, there must be some other purpose. Sure enough, Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said unhurriedly, since you and I have known each other for a long time, this young master won't embarrass you, lest others say that my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is bullying others with numbers. But what? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Don't be so nervous. Shuiyu chuckled, a smug look on her face. My request is very simple. I only want one person. You want one person? Yang Kai's face sank. Who do you want? He subconsciously looked at Shanqing Luo, thinking that Shuiyu was venting her anger on the beguiling demon queen. Everyone present thought so, including Shanqing Luo herself. After all, she was well aware of her own charm. No man had ever been able to remain calm in front of her. Hearing this, she giggled and smiled like a blooming flower. I'm sorry, young master. If you want me, then you may be disappointed. This young master already has a sweetheart, and has been thinking hard about it for several dozen years. Now that we have finally met again, I will not be separated from him. Saying so, she stretched out her arm, and wrapped it around Yang Kai's arm, pressing her tender body against Yang Kai's in an extremely intimate manner. Shuiyu's eyes flashed a strange light as she closed the folding fan in her hand and laughed, looking at Shanqing Luo sarcastically. Dragon lady, don't think too highly of yourself in front of this young master. When did this young master say he wanted to keep you? Your skin is really thick. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to let go of any opportunity to ridicule Shanqing Luo. If it was the previous her, it would have been impossible for her to have such thoughts. Shanqing Luo's cultivation was quite good, but at this moment she couldn't help blushing and asking in a stunned tone. Then who do you want? As she said this, she glanced suspiciously at Biluo, but the latter quickly waved his hand, indicating that he and Shuiyu were complete strangers. What this young master wants is the man next to you. Shuiyu coldly stared at young Kai, the corners of her mouth rising slightly as she held the folding fan in her hand and pointed at young Kai. If you stay, I won't embarrass these two women. This young master will do as he says. Everyone's eyes turned towards young Kai, wondering what kind of grievances existed between these two men that could make Shuiyu give up the beautiful woman in front of him and instead choose to keep young Kai. As long as he was a man, he would choose the woman. This enmity shouldn't be small. It should be comparable to the enmity of killing one's father and stealing one's wife. The masters around Shuiyu all thought to themselves, but what they were more curious about was, when did third young master become enemies with such a person? How come they had never heard of him before? You want me to stay? Young Kai's expression became strange. You don't dare. Shuiyu raised her pure white chin, her face overbearing and aggressive. Or are you saying that you're guilty? What a joke. Why would I feel guilty? First, I didn't steal, and second, I didn't rob. You dare say you didn't steal or rob? Shuiyu's mood was unexpectedly agitated, her eyebrows furrowed as she glared at young Kai. Understanding the meaning of her words, young Kai let out a hollow laugh, staring at Shuiyu from a distance of several dozen meters, not knowing what to say. After a long time, he sighed and tried to persuade her. Third young master. Forcefully twisted melons won't be sweet, why bother? You walk your own path, I will cross my own bridge. The well water does not interfere with the river water. Everyone can live together in peace. How good would that be? If you really want to force me, at worst we can all fight to the death. No one will have a good ending. Fight to the death. Shuiyu seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, the corners of her eyes narrowing. Do you think you have the qualifications and ability to do so now? Whether I do or not, you'll know once you try, young Kai sneered. Moreover, it's only a matter of a few words. Do you think you can stop me? Shuiyu's expression changed greatly as she shouted, You dare! She was also an extremely intelligent woman. How could she not understand the threat in young Kai's words? The other party's words just now clearly indicated that he wanted to expose her biggest secret. So how could she not be nervous? Why wouldn't I dare? Young Kai smiled proudly. In any case, it won't be a big loss to me, but third young master, you, ha. His laughter was full of meaning, causing Shuiyu to panic even more. If you dare do that, you will definitely regret it. That will depend on third young master's attitude, young Kai said calmly, looking as if victory was already in his grasp. Shuiyu was speechless for a moment, her pretty face so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off. The many masters around her couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. They knew how powerful the third young master's methods were. But now he was actually forced into such a predicament by an unknown first-order origin returning realm with just a few words. It was as if he was being toyed with in the palm of his hand. This was something that had never happened before. What kind of blackmail did the other party have on the third young master that could make him so cautious? For a time, the third-order origin returning realm masters were all curious, each of them itching to see young Kai reveal this secret to resolve their doubts. The third young master was a perfect person in their minds. So naturally they were curious if such a person actually had some kind of blackmail on him. The situation reached a stalemate in an instant, causing Shuiyu's mood to fluctuate. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation where she couldn't make a choice. Letting young Kai and the dragon lady leave was something she absolutely refused to do. Back then, because young Kai had saved her life, she didn't stop young Kai from leaving Rainfall Star. But after so many years, she had always regretted her decision. She shouldn't have let that little brat leave, and should have used some means to bind him to her side and make him assist her. In this world, besides a few of her closest relatives, only he knew her secret, so she shouldn't have let him out of her sight. What's more, Shuiyu had full confidence in her charm, so as long as time passed, how could she be afraid he wouldn't fall for her? At that time, not only would she avoid the possibility of her secret being exposed, she would also be able to capture his heart and soul, killing two birds with one stone. As such, she didn't want to let young Kai leave. If she missed this opportunity, she didn't know when she would be able to see this bastard again. However, with Yang Kai's threat looming over her. Shuiyu didn't dare to act too forcefully, lest she force him to reveal her secret. All kinds of thoughts flashed across her mind, but Shuiyu's eyes suddenly lit up as she chuckled and looked at Yang Kai confidently. "Stop trying to scare me. You won't do such a thing." "Nonsense." Yang Kai curled his lips. "Is that so?" Shuiyu sneered. "Then say it. If you have the courage, say it. But guess what the consequences will be if you say it out loud. I hope you can bear them." Shuiyu's performance was like that of a scoundrel, intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Shanqing Luo as she spoke. Yang Kai frowned slightly and pondered for a moment, his expression sinking. He really hadn't considered what the consequences would be, but after being reminded by Shuiyu, he understood the meaning of her words. If he really exposed her secret, then the only thing Shuiyu could do was silence him. In other words, Shanqing Luo and Biluo would definitely be regarded as people she must kill. Perhaps all the masters who followed her would also die. After all, in order to keep such a secret, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce wouldn't care about the life or death of a few origin-returning realm masters. After so many years, you've become much more shameless. Yang Kai looked at Shuiyu sarcastically. "Same here." Shuiyu chuckled. "You're no better. But do you think this will make me hesitate?" Yang Kai looked at her with a sneer. "You're too naive." Chapter 1469. As soon as these words came out, Shuiyu's expression changed wildly as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. "You wouldn't really?" Yang Kai's lips curled into a sneer as he coldly snorted. "I already said at worst we'll fight to the death. It's not too late for you to let us leave now, otherwise." Shuiyu's face instantly turned livid. She had not expected Yang Kai to be so stubborn. For a moment, her heart filled with grief and indignation as her tender body trembled. She only wanted him to leave with her, not kill him. On the contrary, there was a huge opportunity waiting for him. So why was he resisting to such an extent? Countless people wanted to follow her, but were unable to do so. She was now extending an olive branch to him, trying to win him over. But her method was a bit overbearing. Why couldn't he understand her painstaking efforts? Since Shuiyu was born, she had never been so passive except when facing her father, President Aio. In the end, a woman was still a woman. No matter how much she dressed up like a man, it was inevitable that she would let her emotions affect her decisions. Seeing Yang Kai's attitude of preferring death to dishonor, her expression calmed down and she sneered. "Do as you wish. If you really do that, besides you and me, everyone here will die." As soon as this statement came out, the faces of the origin-returning realm masters around Shuiyu changed drastically as they stared at Yang Kai nervously. Good. Yang Kai also laughed in anger. Flicking his arm and taking a step forward, he stared fiercely at Shuiyu and said word by word. "All of you listen to me. Your young master Shuiyu has a big secret, and I'll tell you what it is right now." With things having gotten to this point, he was riding a tiger, and had no choice but to reveal it. Shuiyu slowly closed her eyes and took a deep breath, not showing any intention of stopping Yang Kai. It seemed she was determined to fight Yang Kai to the end. On the other hand, the origin-returning realm masters around her all wore strange expressions. All of them worried about personal gains and losses. The conversation between Shuiyu and Yang Kai was not hidden, so every word was clearly heard by all of them. At this moment, how could they not know that once Yang Kai really exposed this secret, they might really be implicated? Sometimes, even if something had nothing to do with them, just listening to it could cause them trouble, especially for a behemoth like Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. There were many secrets that could not be leaked. But in contrast, these people's curiosity only grew. The same was true for Shanqing Luo and Biluo. Both women perked their ears and listened attentively. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to reveal this so-called big secret, as he was about to reveal Yang Kai, he couldn't help shouting, "Yang!" How could he just sit back and watch this happen? He only wanted to stop Yang Kai before he revealed this big secret. So as he shouted, his figure flickered and flew towards Yang Kai. His body soared through the air like a great pung spreading its wings, as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. Yang Kai didn't even look at him, grit his teeth, and exhaled loudly. Your third young master Shuiyu likes this father and, deeply in love with this father. As soon as these words came out, it was earth-shattering. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Shanqing Luo and Biluo couldn't help covering their mouths with their hands, glancing between Yang Kai and Shuiyu, a strange look flashing across their beautiful eyes. As for the old man with the 3 strands of long beard who was rushing towards Yang Kai, he staggered and fell from midair, the killing move he had been preparing dissipating. After landing on the ground, his eyes widened, and a blank look appeared on his face. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This news was too shocking. Impudence! The beautiful woman next to Shuiyu shouted. How noble is third young master? With so many beautiful women around him, how could he? The beautiful woman scolded as she secretly glanced toward Shuiyu, only to see her face go pale, and her eyes bulge, as a look of surprise appeared on her face. However, the expression on her face was quite awkward, as if her thoughts had been exposed. Could it be it's true? The beautiful woman's heart clenched. With so many beautiful women around him? Yang Kai sneered. Have you ever seen him flirt with any beautiful woman? Have you ever seen him spend a night with any beautiful woman? Hearing what he said, the Origin returning realm masters all wore dumbfounded expressions. But after thinking about it carefully, they found that this was indeed the case. Although third young master was humble and polite to everyone, and his smile was like a spring breeze, charming thousands of young women, he was the most handsome young man in Star Territory. He never lacked women, and no matter where he went, there would always be beautiful women throwing themselves at him, and taking the initiative to express their goodwill. However, he had never had any intimate contact with any of them, let alone spent a night with any of them. Before, everyone thought that third young master had good self-control, and kept himself clean, but now, thinking back to the conversation between the third young master and Kai Yang, about how a forcefully picked melon is not sweet and so on, and how the third young master only wanted to take Kai Yang away, and give up on the other side of the enchantress, everyone was more or less convinced. Could it be that third young master really had a special sexual orientation? Looking at third young master again though, she found that his face was flushed red, clearly showing a guilty conscience. The beautiful woman didn't dare to say anything, feeling both regret and amusement in her heart. How could such a good man fall in love with another man? The expressions of the others were similar. These people had lived for countless years, and were all very good at reading people's expressions. So Shuiyu's expression and attitude were enough to explain the situation. A burst of breathless laughter came out. It was Shanqing Luo laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight. When this laughter reached Shuiyu's ears, she felt like she was being stabbed in the back, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into and never see anyone again. Although she was a woman, in front of outsiders she was a man, so to be spoken to like that by Yang Kai was really too embarrassing. However, she didn't have the courage to refute him, causing her delicate body to tremble and her blood to boil. Yang Kai's move was really beyond her expectations. She really didn't think that Yang Kai could be shameless to this extent, not caring about his own reputation at all. You really are vicious. Shuiyu's face twitched, the veins on her forehead bulging. She gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Kai, shouting, "You dare slander this young master? Whether it's slander or not, the heavens will know. You and I will know," Yang Kai chuckled. Good. Shuiyu's body trembled as she grit her teeth and waved her hand. "Capture these people for me, especially this shameless bastard. This young master will tear his mouth off, and let him taste all the tortures in the world." The many Origin returning realm masters were stunned and secretly cursed in their hearts. In the past, when the third young master gave orders, he had never been so merciful. Usually he would kill them all. But today, he actually wanted them to capture the 3 of them alive. Obviously, he was unwilling to hurt them. It seemed that this little brat wasn't spouting nonsense, otherwise, with the third young master's current level of anger, how could he have let them live? Moreover, if it really was slander, with the third young master's temperament and cultivation, he wouldn't care, let alone become angry. The 6 or 7 third-order Origin returning realm masters glanced at each other, all of them feeling that this matter was a bit tricky. The old man with the long beard, who was the leader of this group, shouted, "Forgive us." Only then did the others rush towards Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, each of them summoning their artifacts and secret techniques. Although their momentum was aggressive, there was no murderous intent, only wanting to complete Shui Yu's order and capture these three alive. Originally, they thought that with their numbers and strength, it would be a piece of cake to capture these three alive. The only one who would be difficult to deal with was the third-order dragon lady. But after fighting for a while, everyone realized that they had been too naive. Needless to say, the dragon lady had used some kind of mysterious technique to summon a giant spider with the wave of her hand. This spider covered the sky and almost submerged the entire palace, shuttling back and forth between the spiders, as if they were walking on flat ground. On the other hand, once someone came into contact with this spider, they would immediately be restrained, making it difficult for them to move. As soon as they began fighting, one of them suffered a big loss and was wrapped up like a dumpling by the other party's spider, unable to escape. Her strength was understandable. After all, the difference in her cultivation was obvious. But the man named Yang Kai was quite amazing. Obviously, he was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. But every move he made was incredibly lethal. In particular, the golden threads he shot out from his hands seemed to be able to break through sure. There was also the fiery red bird hovering above his head, the stone giant holding a black stick, and the sword that transformed into a giant dark green dragon. He was actually able to fight against 3 third-order origin returning realm masters by himself, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. This person was truly monstrous. It was no wonder that Shui Yu's third young master would treat him differently. Comparatively speaking, Bai Luo was the most inconspicuous. However, the moment the battle began, she had already hidden behind the layers of spiders, concealing her aura. No one knew where she was hiding. Occasionally, an attack would strike from her hiding place, but she would only appear for a brief moment, before quickly concealing herself again. Shui Yu watched from the side, a bitter smile appearing on her face. In all fairness, Yang Kai's shocking news just now really made her angry, but she also felt a little relieved. After all, Yang Kai hadn't revealed her biggest secret. As such, Shui Yu didn't want to go too far. At this moment, standing in the distance and watching Yang Kai's growth after more than 10 years, she couldn't help feeling excited, and even more determined to keep Yang Kai by her side. Such a talent, only by staying in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce by his side, could he receive the best training, have a brighter future, and go further. As for that dragon lady, Shui Yu's eyes turned towards Shanqing Luo, a look of unwillingness on her face. In the past, she had spent some time with Yang Kai and knew that Yang Kai already had another woman in his heart. So she mistakenly thought that the reason why Yang Kai left Rainfall Star was because of Shanqing Luo. She couldn't wait to fight Shanqing Luo one-on-one right now to let Yang Kai know who his best choice was. But if she really did so, she was afraid that her relationship with Yang Kai would only worsen. For a moment, she hesitated and felt bitter. Chapter 1470. While the masters of Yang Kai's Shanqing Luo and Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce were fighting fiercely, scenes of blood and murder were playing out one after another in the Emperor Garden. Even third-order origin returning realm masters could not guarantee their own safety. Although everyone knew that the Emperor Garden's interior was fraught with dangers, the various opportunities hidden here were still incredibly tempting. Countless cultivators had entered the Emperor Garden's interior, and if these cultivators from different cultivation stars and great forces encountered each other, most of them would fight. Often, one side would emerge victorious while the loser would die. Somewhere in the middle of a blazing inferno, flames were rolling all around, and the temperature was so high that even third-order origin returning realm masters could not easily resist them. This scene of raging flames was not real, but rather the result of an illusion array. However, the cultivators trapped in this illusion array could feel that it was extremely real, as if they were trapped in a raging inferno. At this moment, inside this illusion array, 3 origin returning realm masters were sitting cross-legged. jointly releasing their Saint Qi to form a protective barrier to resist the erosion of the flames. They had been trapped here for 4 or 5 days now, but were still unable to break out of this mysterious illusion array. They had consumed countless Saint crystals and pills, and their Saint Qi was barely enough to make ends meet. On top of that, the surrounding flames were constantly closing in on them like poisonous snakes. And as time passed, the situation of the trio became more and more critical. Finally, one of the three ran out of Saint Qi, and the Saint Qi barrier around his body flickered a few times before shattering. This person's face changed drastically while the other two screamed and desperately pushed their strength. They wanted to repair the gap, but all their efforts were in vain. Previously, the three of them had worked together and barely managed to survive, but now that one of them had run out of strength, the surrounding flames instantly drowned them like a tidal wave. Screams rang out but soon subsided, and after the flames dissipated, only 3 skeletons remained. There were no obvious wounds on their bodies, but there was no sign of life. This was the strangeness of an illusion array. Elsewhere, in a place similar to the labyrinth that Kai Yang had walked through before, a group of sect cultivators were huddled together, forming a circle around each other. They were fighting bravely, and what they were fighting against it was not a living creature. These were none other than the ancient puppets unique to the Emperor Garden. Each of these puppets gave off energy fluctuations equivalent to an origin-returning realm master, with some even reaching the third order. Even if they didn't have much intelligence, the way they fought was also extremely clumsy, but their numbers were shocking. In all fairness, this sect had a large number of cultivators, a total of 5 of them, and their strength wasn't low either. However, in this maze-like terrain, surrounded by countless puppets, there was no way for them to escape. The battle lasted for half a day. The ground was filled with the broken parts and pieces of the defeated puppets, but blood had also dyed the ground red. One by one, the cultivator was killed by the puppets. Half a day later, the bustling maze quieted down. The cultivator of this unknown sect had been completely wiped out. When the aura of the living could no longer be detected, the wounded puppets silently disappeared again, as if they had never appeared. A great number of cultivator had died to the Emperor Garden's spirit arrays and puppets. However, the number of people who died in fights and sneak attacks was even greater. Oftentimes, the appearance of a certain treasure would trigger a bloodbath. In the Emperor Garden, there were no rules or principles to speak of, only strength mattered. Whoever was stronger would be able to survive, so cruel and bloody battles were taking place almost every moment. If a powerful master could fly above the Emperor Garden and look down, they would discover that the Emperor Garden was actually a huge octagonal palace. The buildings inside the Emperor Garden were arranged according to a mysterious pattern, as if they contained some kind of mysterious principle. At this moment, inside a palace at the center of the Emperor Garden, 2 women were standing quietly. One wore a black robe and gave off a mysterious and treacherous aura, while the other had a graceful figure and dignified appearance, exuding a powerful aura at the peak of the third order origin returning realm. However, such a master was currently standing 300 meters behind the black-robed woman, a respectful look upon her face as she stared at her back. Yang Yan and Yi Shiyin. No one knew when they had arrived at the palace, nor did they know what they were here for. However, judging from the clean clothes and calm expressions of these 2 women, they did not seem to have encountered any danger or battle along the way. The Emperor Garden seemed to have no defenses against them, allowing them to arrive here easily. This palace was extremely spacious, more than 10,000 meters in radius. However, there was only one thing inside this palace, a white jade crystal coffin that was not very large. There was obviously no power supporting this white jade crystal coffin, but it was still suspended mid-air, giving it an extremely strange appearance. Yang Yan was standing in front of this white jade crystal coffin at this moment, staring quietly at its interior with a complicated expression. Inside this crystal coffin was a person, and judging from her figure, it was clearly a woman. Looking at her face, however, it was identical to Yang Yan. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely be able to recognize who was inside this crystal coffin. one of Starfield's great emperors. Tens of thousands of years ago, she was a powerful existence who had unified the entire star territory. Her legend was still a familiar one, and the Star Emperor tokens she refined were coveted by many great forces to this day. Any force that obtained one would treat it as a hallowed treasure, not daring to use it lightly. Only when they were on the brink of life or death would they summon the Star Emperor tokens and release the divine technique the great emperors had sealed inside. Her status was transcendent, and she could cover the sky with one hand. She was the pinnacle of the entire star territory. However, no one knew that the famous great emperors of Starfield was actually a woman. Perhaps her surname had long been forgotten by the world, or perhaps no one had ever seen her true face, but her name had been passed down for thousands of years. Looking at the woman inside the crystal coffin, Yang Yan had the illusion that he was looking at himself in a mirror. The two had the same body shape and appearance. The only difference was their temperament. Even in her deep sleep, the great emperor's face still exuded a sense of majesty. That kind of majesty was a kind of nobility that no one dared to look at directly. It was as if looking at her was a great sin. "So this is what I look like," Yang Yan murmured softly. "Master," Yi Shiyan called out, thinking that Yang Yan wanted to give her some orders. "It's nothing," Yang Yan replied lightly. "I was just talking to myself." Yi Shiyan didn't dare to say anything, simply lowering her head and standing in place. Yang Yan took a deep breath before turning his head to look around, sighing slightly. This transcendent soul summoning array should be activated soon. At this moment, inside this huge palace on the ground and walls, profound and complex runes began flashing one after another. As these runes lit up one by one, the entire palace gradually filled with a mysterious power. Yi Shiyan stood here and seemed to be able to vaguely hear a beautiful melody ringing in her ears, as if someone was calling out to her. She even had the urge to summon her soul avatar out of her body. Thinking of this, Yi Shiyan couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. A soul avatar was extremely fragile and was generally hidden in one's knowledge sea. Ordinary cultivators would not release their soul avatar unless they encountered an extremely dangerous situation. But once it was released, and they could not find a suitable carrier, their soul avatar would dissipate from the world in less than half a day, and their soul would be completely destroyed. Yi Shiyan had never heard of the Transcendent Soul Summoning Array before, nor did she know what it was used for. But from her own situation, she could infer that it was definitely related to the awakening of the great emperors. As one cultivator after another fell inside the Emperor Garden, the number of dim runes in the palace, where Yang Yan was located, also increased, as if the Transcendent Soul Summoning Array here was related to the deaths of the cultivators outside, and was being activated at the cost of their lives. It was impossible for Yang Yan to do such a thing, but the great emperors could. The Emperor Garden was open to the entire territory of the star, so any cultivator who entered had to be prepared to die. Searching for treasures here was naturally accompanied by great risks. No one forced them to enter the Emperor Garden. Everything was voluntary. Now that they had fallen here and become the source of power for the Transcendent Soul Summoning Array, they naturally had nothing to complain about. For the sake of their own awakening, what did it matter if some people died? In the eyes of the great emperors, these origin-returning realm masters were less than ants. Seeing that there were still a dozen or so runes in the palace that had yet to light up, Yang Yan couldn't help turning his head and glancing towards the entrance. However, there was no one there, and no one had come. Even seeing him one last time had become an extravagant hope. Yang Yan had never felt time pass so quickly before. In the blink of an eye, the entire palace lit up and all the runes were lit up. The Origin Martial Soul Summoning Grand Array arranged here began to operate. One rune after another flew out from all directions of the palace, like meteors catching up with the moon, as they rushed towards Yang Yan's tender body. Yang Yan couldn't help showing a pained look. Yi Shiyan watched in a daze, but at this moment, there was nothing she could do to help. Even moving a finger was difficult for her. She had become a bystander, only able to pay attention to this thrilling historical moment. "Elder Yi!" Yang Yan's shout suddenly came from the palace. Yi Shiyun hurriedly responded, "Subordinate is here. No matter what I become in the future, you must assist Yang Kai well." Yi Shiyun was startled, but immediately grit her teeth and replied, "As master commands." Yang Yan's orders were equivalent to the orders of the great emperors, so she would not ask for reasons, and would only follow them. Vaguely, in the dazzling white light, Yi Shiyun seemed to see a happy smile. Immediately after, the light spread out and wrapped Yang Yan up, forming a ball of light that shot directly into the white jade crystal coffin, causing Yang Yan to disappear. The next moment, the entire palace returned to normal, as if nothing had happened just now. All the illuminated runes dimmed, and the soul essence summoning grand array stopped operating, leaving only Yi Shiyun and the crystal coffin suspended midair. Chapter 1471. Master. After waiting for a long time, Yi Shiyun showed a hesitant look and called out anxiously, "Ka." A soft sound rang out from the white jade crystal coffin, and immediately after, a terrifying pressure spread out from the white jade crystal coffin like a giant wave. At first, this pressure was not too strong, but in the blink of an eye, it reached a level that even Yi Shiyun could not bear. She could not help her knees going soft, and she fell to her knees, unable to even lift her head. The emperor pressure was recovering. At the same time, in the place where Qian Tong had been trapped, the battle between Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo was still going on. Strictly speaking, the 6 or 7 third-order origin returning realm masters of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce were not weak, and each of them possessed powerful artifacts. They were also familiar with each other, so when they cooperated, they were able to display extraordinary combat effectiveness. However, Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were not mediocre people either. One of them regarded fighting above his level as a common occurrence, and had many external forces at his disposal. The other had coincidentally devoured the heavenly moon demon spider's source strength, so he couldn't be judged by common sense. As such, even though Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had the numerical advantage, they were unable to do anything to Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo. At first, they were afraid they would hurt Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, so they held back. But as they fought, they realized that if they held back, they might be the ones to be defeated. As such, they did their best, but even so, they were unable to gain any advantage. The entire palace was in a mess, with various martial skills and artifacts bursting with dazzling light. The surrounding world energy had been stirred up, and even the stone tablet containing the artifact refining Tao had not been spared. Although Yang Kai had tried his best to avoid its range during the battle, what the others didn't know was that at this moment, the stone tablet was covered in cracks, as if it would break at any moment. This made Yang Kai feel very regretful. In any case, the artifact refining Tao contained in this stone tablet was extensive and profound, so it could be considered a treasure. With things having gotten to this point, Yang Kai could do nothing. Yang Kai, it's not too late for you to surrender to this young master, otherwise, this young master will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Shuiyu saw that the situation was deadlocked, and could not help shouting, "In your dreams!" Yang Kai laughed heartily, and refused without even thinking about it. "You force me to do this." Shuiyu grit her teeth and steeled herself, quickly forming a series of hand seals. As her movements changed, the nearby world energy world also began to flow. The 3 bearded old man and beautiful woman, who were fighting Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, all paled, as if they knew that Shuiyu was about to use some kind of secret technique. Each of them fainted, and opened up some distance between themselves and their opponents. When they turned to look at Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo again, a look of schadenfreude appeared on their faces. Yang Kai's expression also became dignified. Although he knew that Shuiyu had become angry out of humiliation, and was about to use some kind of method, now that he was trapped here, it was impossible for him to escape. His only option was to resist. He did not believe that Shuiyu could really display a divine skill that could kill him in one fell swoop. What's more, there was no murderous intent in this woman's eyes. Clearly she just wanted to make him suffer a little. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yang Kai prepared to defend himself. At that moment, Shuiyu let out a low shout, and the surrounding world energy madly poured into her body. In the next moment, a strange monster beast phantom suddenly appeared above her head. This monster beast's body was covered with thick black hair, its eyes were bright and piercing, and there was a single horn on its forehead, giving it a powerful appearance. Yang Kai's eyes shrank. Inexplicably, he felt a sense of threat from this monster beast phantom, a feeling he had never felt since entering the Emperor Garden. Shanqing Luo, on the other hand, exclaimed, "Xieji!" She seemed to recognize what this monster beast was, but it was not surprising, as Scarlet Wave Star, where she had been stranded, was a monster star. 90% of the creatures there were from the monster race, so under her influence, there were few monster beasts she did not recognize. Your eyesight is quite good, actually being able to recognize this young master's symbiotic monster spirit. How about it? If you surrender now, this young master will let bygones be bygones, and will only torture that bastard. As for you, you can stay by this young master's side as a concubine. Your beauty is quite good, just barely worthy of this young master. Shuiyu still wanted to persuade him to surrender, obviously knowing that her divine skill was too powerful and could not be retracted. She was worried that it would really hurt Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo. Symbiotic monster spirit. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes shrank, but she immediately giggled. It seems I underestimated your Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, even being able to obtain such a thing. But so what? If you want this queen to be your concubine, don't talk big. Kai Yang's eyebrows also wrinkled. He had heard of a symbiotic monster spirit before. It required the blood essence of a powerful monster beast to be refined into one's body using a secret technique. After a long period of time, one would be able to use the various abilities of that powerful monster beast, and could even summon it to fight against enemies. This was also a kind of external force, but an ordinary cultivator did not have the ability to do this. And even if they did not have a suitable monster beast's blood essence. Because if one cultivated this secret technique, the strength of its power would depend on the level of the monster beast's blood essence. The Xieji was a kind of ancient exotic beast that was innately good at fighting, especially the single horn on its forehead. It was no less powerful than an Origin King Great artifact, perhaps even more so. Its blood essence was definitely not bad, and looking at Shuiyu's posture, it was obvious she had been cultivating this secret technique for many years. With the help of this symbiotic monster spirit, even if she was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, she could be considered invincible in the same realm. No wonder she spoke so confidently. Yang Kai did not know when she had successfully cultivated this secret technique. Many years ago, when he was together with her, he had never seen her display this secret technique. Shanqing Luo's sarcastic remarks made Shuiyu's face go cold. Do you really want to oppose this young master? Oppose? Shanqing Luo covered her mouth and giggled, her charming eyes flashing. Little young master, you really think too highly of yourself. It seems elder sister will have to teach you a lesson, lest you become too arrogant. The beguiling demon queen's tone was that of an elder reprimanding a junior, causing Shuiyu to explode with anger. With the two women fighting, Yang Kai couldn't get a word in edgewise, and could only helplessly stand to the side and watch indifferently. As for the other masters from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, they all wore strange expressions. The third young master was actually competing with an enchanting woman over another man. If word of this spread out, what kind of scandal was this? At this moment, all the masters present felt like committing suicide. Good. Then let this young master see, who is the one who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and who is the one who is boasting shamelessly. Shuiyu angrily pointed her finger, and the Xieji phantom roared as it rushed toward Shanqing Luo. Yang Kai's face sank and wanted to resist, but Shanqing Luo's tender body flickered, and she took a step forward. In the next moment, the phantom of a huge 8-legged spider appeared behind her. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Without gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, without using any technique, the phantom simply appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Its entire body seemed to be made of silver, pure and flawless. On its forehead, there was even a half-moon mark. Although its appearance was terrifying, at this moment, no one who saw this spider had such thoughts. Instead, they all felt that this giant spider was extremely beautiful. This strange feeling made everyone feel uncomfortable. Demonic chi soared to the sky, causing the world to tremble. This is... Shui Yu's complexion changed as she stared at the huge white spider, feeling a bad premonition, but now that the arrow had been knocked, she had no choice but to release it. The Xieji phantom had already rushed towards Shanqing Luo, so she couldn't even withdraw her hand. Go! In contrast, Shanqing Luo's demeanor was undoubtedly much calmer, and with a wave of her hand, the heavenly moon demon spider moved its 8 claws to meet the Xieji phantom. One was an ancient divine spirit, while the other was an ancient variant species. Although the gap between the two was not small in terms of grade, in the end, neither was a living creature, so the role they could play depended on the methods and ability of the user. Therefore, in terms of momentum, the Xieji and the heavenly moon demon spider were basically on par. In the blink of an eye, the two figures collided, one black and one white, clearly separated. Faintly, one could hear the roars of a beast and the cries of a spider intertwining. After the black and white figures collided, a shocking energy fluctuation swept out in all directions, causing almost everyone present to lose their footing, as if they had become a small boat in the middle of a vast sea, only able to drift with the current. Yang Kai acted as if nothing had happened. The invisible aura emitted by the verdant dragon bone sword blocked the terrifying pressure coming from the center of the battle, so Yang Kai was not affected in the slightest. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the black and white lights were rapidly shrinking, obviously consuming a great deal of energy in this battle. After a dozen breaths of time, the two lights actually merged together, and the figures of the Xieji and the heavenly moon demon spider could no longer be seen. The next moment, a terrifying burst of energy came from the other side, and an aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth spread out. Everyone's complexion changed greatly as they summoned their defensive artifacts to resist the aftermath of the explosion. One figure after another was sent flying high into the air before crashing to the ground. No one had expected that the battle between the Xieji and the heavenly moon demon spider would be so violent, and in the end, it would end in mutual destruction. Shui Yu's face was pale, and Shanqing Luo's vitality was somewhat unstable. Kacha, a shattering sound came from the side. It was the stone tablet that contained the way of refining. Finally, it could not withstand the energy waves again and again. It exploded, and the stone fragments splashed in all directions. Among the rubble, there was something else that was faintly mixed in and shot towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang's brow furrowed, but his eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. Grabbing the object, he looked at it again and was surprised to find that it was actually a stone tablet, 3 inches long and 1 finger thick. Engraved on its surface were 3 mysterious ancient characters. Yang Kai glanced at it, but couldn't recognize what it was. Chapter 1472. The stone tablet that contained the artifact refining method actually contained something else, which greatly surprised Yang Kai. On the other hand, the pale-faced Shui Yu suddenly showed a look of pleasant surprise when she saw this thing, her pair of beautiful eyes staring fixedly at the stone tablet in Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai, give that thing to me. Shui Yu suddenly shouted to Yang Kai. Why should I? Yang Kai glanced over at her, before hurriedly putting the stone tablet into his space ring. Although he didn't know what was inside this stone tablet, since it had been stored so discreetly, it was obviously no trivial matter. Shui Yu should have some understanding of this, and even recognized the 3 ancient characters, otherwise, she wouldn't have been so excited. Give it to me. Shui Yu shouted anxiously. That thing is useless to you. How do you know it's useless to me? Yang Kai asked indifferently. Give it to me first, I'll explain it to you later when there's a chance. Give it to me and this young master will withdraw and never bother you or them again. The grievances between you and me will be written off. Shui Yu looked at Yang Kai sincerely. Yang Kai's expression changed as he became more and more curious. What exactly was this thing that could make Shui Yu make such a concession? Although he was certain that the secrets contained in this stone tablet were enormous and of great value, Yang Kai didn't doubt that Shui Yu was deceiving him. She said it was useless to him, so it was probably true. Although Shui Yu was extremely possessive and had many means and abilities, she wasn't a person who liked to lie, because she had a very high opinion of herself. Such a person disdained to deceive others. On this point, Yang Kai believed in his own judgment. In all fairness, exchanging a stone tablet for Shui Yu's promise was not a loss. Seeing Yang Kai's expression change, Shui Yu quickly struck while the iron was hot. This young master's words cannot be taken back. You don't need to doubt anything, everyone here can testify. Can I ask what this thing is for? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. A look of embarrassment appeared on Shui Yu's face, and after a while, she gently opened her red lips and quietly sent him a message. I can't tell you exactly what it's used for, but I can tell you that not only is it useless to you, it's also useless to me, and it's useless to all the cultivators in the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although Shui Yu didn't say it directly, her words were thought-provoking enough. Most of the cultivator who entered the Emperor Garden were origin-returning realm masters, and there was no lack of third-order masters among them. So there was only one explanation why this stone token was of no use to them. Only an origin king realm master could use this stone token. No wonder Shui Yu was willing to make such a promise. The value of something only an origin king realm master could use was absolutely immeasurable. But Yang Kai had just broken through to the origin returning realm, and was still far from the origin king realm. What's more, he had many treasures in his hands, so he might not be interested in the secrets hidden in this stone token. Considering all this, Yang Kai had a plan in his heart and looked up at Shui Yu. Can I believe your words? Yes, Shui Yu said solemnly. Good, I hope you can keep your word. Yang Kai gently nodded, and was about to throw the stone token to Shui Yu when a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, an abnormal energy fluctuation came from the surroundings, like an invisible ripple, sweeping through the place where everyone was. Yang Kai was extremely familiar with this kind of energy fluctuation, and the moment he noticed it, his face changed slightly, and he hurriedly rushed over to Shan Qing Luo while shouting, Qing Luo! The beguiling demon queen hadn't yet reacted to what was happening, but seeing Yang Kai rushing over so eagerly, she couldn't help smiling and stretching out her jade hand towards him. But in the next moment, her expression changed because she saw a huge hand condensed from world energy appear behind Yang Kai. This hand should belong to a woman, because although it was huge, it gave off a slender and beautiful feeling, as if its flawless beauty had been magnified thousands of times over. This hand grabbed towards Yang Kai. Don't! Shan Qing Luo's beautiful face paled as she screamed. As soon as her voice fell, the jade hand grabbed hold of Yang Kai's body, and with a burst of energy, Yang Kai disappeared from her sight. Before she could figure out what was going on, a burst of screams rang out from all around her. Looking around, Shan Qing Luo couldn't help feeling stunned, because at this moment, everyone was experiencing the same thing as Yang Kai. A giant palm condensed from world energy had grabbed each of them and caused them to explode, causing the surrounding space to distort as one figure after another disappeared from her sight. Shan Qing Luo couldn't help looking up at the sky and found that she was in the same situation. When she came back to her senses, she found that she had returned to the monster Emperor Star. Somewhere on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai stood in place in a daze, staring down at his palm. At his fingertips, there seemed to still be some of Shan Qing Luo's warmth, and the tip of his nose seemed to be filled with the fragrance of the Dragon Lady, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat lost. After a long time, Yang Kai raised his head and sighed slightly. Although they had been forced to separate shortly after reuniting, at least Shan Qing Luo, the Dragon Lady, was living a comfortable life, which was enough for him. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened in the Emperor Garden, but the mysterious world principles had suddenly sent him out. Since he had come out, others must have as well. Considering all this, Yang Kai looked up and found that in the sky, the huge Emperor Garden was still in his field of vision. just as it had always been. But the jade transmission platform that had appeared before had disappeared. Yang Kai estimated that it would be impossible to enter the Emperor Garden again. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened in the Emperor Garden, but it should have something to do with the Yang inflammation. She had said before that when the Emperor Garden opened, it was the time to awaken the true bodies of the great emperors. Had everything gone smoothly between her and Yi Shiyin? If everything had gone well, then the true bodies of the great emperors should have already awakened. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart suddenly clenched, and his expression became ugly. Yang inflammation was a soul clone of the great emperors, so if the true bodies of the great emperors were to awaken, what would happen to her? Yang Kai had never thought about this kind of thing before, and Yang inflammation had never told him about it. But now, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense, wanting to investigate his current location and the direction to the Lu Yin sand field. After investigating his surroundings, Yang Kai's expression became even uglier. He found that he was actually on a deserted island. This island wasn't very big, only about a dozen kilometers in diameter. The island was poor in materials, with no spirit grasses or spirit medicines to speak of, and there wasn't even a single trace of living people. All around him was a sparkling blue sea. Impossible, right? Yang Kai's brow furrowed. When one was unlucky, even drinking water would cause one's teeth to be stuffed. Had he been sent to the limitless ocean? Yang Kai had been on Shadowed Star for many years now and knew that there was a vast limitless ocean on Shadowed Star. One of the 3 great restricted zones, Serene Soul Island, was located in this limitless ocean. Unfortunately, no one had ever seen the Serene Soul Island, or rather, those who had seen it were all dead. The environment he was in now was very similar to the description of the limitless ocean he had heard before. If this was really the case, it would be troublesome. After all, the Lu Yin sand field was very far from the limitless ocean, and if Yang Kai were to rely on himself to fly back, he didn't know how long it would take him. Of course, this was just a guess. As for where he was, he would have to ask someone to confirm it. Thinking so, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and flew out of the deserted island like a bolt of lightning. Above the boundless sea, 5 cultivators wearing the same uniform were fighting a huge octopus-like sea beast, their artifacts and martial skills flashing brilliantly as they fought. The strength of these 5 cultivators wasn't very high, only Saint Realm cultivations. The aura exuding from the octopus was also only at the peak of the 7th order. If they were in another place, the strength of the 5 people would have been enough to take down this sea beast easily. But on the sea beast had the advantage of being on its home ground, and it could easily draw support from the abundant water attribute spiritual chi to fight. Water arrows were formed one after another, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they flew towards the 5 people, mixed with dark green filth. The sea beast's long and thick tentacles were not to be underestimated, and every time they lashed out, the 5 cultivators paled and hurriedly dodged. Although as time passed, more and more wounds appeared on the sea beast's body. The 5 cultivators had also consumed a lot of energy, each of them panting heavily. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a sharp cry suddenly rang out. It came from a woman in a green robe. She and her fellow disciples had only been focused on killing the profound-eyed ink octopus. But at some point in time, the surrounding space had already been enveloped by a thick fog. This was obviously the filthy aura emitted by the profound-eyed ink octopus. This fog not only obstructed the penetration of one's divine sense, but also damaged the world energy of artifacts and the circulation of Saint Chi in a cultivator's body. This woman's cultivation was the lowest, so she was the first to be affected. The moment she noticed that her Saint Chi was not flowing smoothly, one of the profound-eyed ink octopus tentacles flew towards her. The woman's beautiful face went pale as she tried to defend herself, but was powerless to do so. Seeing the tentacle getting closer and closer to her, she couldn't help screaming, thinking that she was doomed this time. The expressions of the other 4 cultivators also changed drastically, but in the face of such a situation, there was nothing they could do to help. All of them glared at her, wishing they could split into two groups. But at that moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in front of them. This golden light looked very weak, but it was as dazzling as the sun, dispersing the dark green fog that had covered the world. Accompanied by a soft sound, the profound-eyed ink octopus tentacles, which the 5 cultivators had no way to deal with, were cut off and dark green blood spurted out. The sea beast let out a hiss. Under the pain, its countless tentacles waved in a disorderly manner, like huge whips, stirring up the nearby sea into chaos. The golden light reappeared, and with a chee-chee sound, all the tentacles of the profound-eyed ink octopus were cut off and sent flying into the distance, green blood instantly overflowing the sea. Chapter 1473. In the blink of an eye, the originally arrogant profound vision ink octopus died on the spot. Its huge body cut into pieces, its death extremely miserable. Escaping from death, how could the young woman from some unknown force not realize that she had been lucky enough to be saved by a powerful master? Calming herself down, she quickly called out, "May I ask which senior has arrived here?" Heavenly Profound Sex Xiao Luo thanks senior for saving her life. The other 4 also recovered and respectfully thanked this young woman while looking around, trying to find traces of this person. A gust of wind blew by, blowing away the dark green fog that shrouded the sponge. Not far away, a stalwart young man stood there with a strange expression on his face. There seemed to be a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. So young. All 5 of them were surprised. They had thought that since this person could easily kill a peak 6th-order sea beast, this young man would definitely not be young. But unexpectedly, he looked about the same age as them. However, this was obviously not the other party's true age. The higher a cultivator's strength was, the slower their vitality would fade away. So there were many powerful masters who appeared very young. Considering all this, the 5 people became even more respectful and, led by a burly man, flew over to Yang Kai and bowed again to thank him. A trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Yang Kai said faintly as he glanced around at the distressed expressions of these 5 people, and the 7th-order sea beast's corpse, thinking back to the time when he was once weak. But as his strength grew, even this peak 7th-order sea beast wouldn't be able to last more than a breath against him. Time really flies by. Moreover, I've already become a senior. Yang Kai suddenly felt like laughing. As his thoughts changed, he saw that the expressions of these 5 people were very cautious. Knowing what they were afraid of, Yang Kai did not waste any time and simply asked, "Is this the limitless ocean?" The 5 people looked at each other for a moment before the leading man nodded and said, "Reporting to senior, this is indeed the limitless ocean." Sure enough, Yang Kai's face sank. Although he had guessed as much, he had not expected that he would really be sent to the limitless ocean after leaving the Emperor Garden. Did senior come from inland? The woman named Xiao Luo suddenly asked. Luoer, the leader's face changed greatly, and he couldn't help but shout, although he didn't know what cultivation realm Yang Kai was in. However, judging from the way he killed the Xianite ink octopus just now, if he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. It was one thing to be grateful to him for saving his life, but it was another thing to be wary of him. Before knowing his personality and temperament, it was better to rashly inquire about some information. It was very likely that he would be enraged. Furthermore, he still had 2 beautiful junior sisters on his side. If the other party was a lecherous person, it was very likely that he would get himself into trouble. The man's expression tensed up. He looked up at Yang Kai and found that he didn't seem to be angry. Instead, he was looking at his junior sister with interest. "How did you know I came from the inland?" "That's because people who live on the limitless ocean all year round have darker skin. Moreover, there's a unique water vapor on their bodies. Senior, you don't have it." The girl named Xiao Luo was very magnanimous. "So that's how it is." Yang Kai smiled faintly and sized them up a little. He found that it was indeed as she had said. These 5 people all had a unique water vapor on them. It was very light, and if one didn't examine them carefully, they wouldn't be able to detect it. Moreover, their skin was indeed darker than the inland people. being pointed out, Yang Kai didn't have any intention of denying it. Instead, he nodded and said, "That's right, I came from the inland, but I got lost here. Do you know which direction to go to return to the inland? How long will it take?" After half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and flew off in a certain direction. After inquiring with these 5 heavenly profound sect disciples, Yang Kai found that his luck wasn't so bad that it would make one's hair stand on end. This was still the outer sea of the limitless ocean, not the inland sea, so he wasn't too far from the inland. It would only take him 3 to 5 days to reach the inland. However, it was somewhat unrealistic to fly back to the flowing sand land. After all, the distance was too far. If he flew alone, it would take at least half a year. Yang Kai wasn't interested in spending so much time on the road. As such, he planned to find a city and use its space array. Fortunately, not far from the limitless ocean, there was a city called Seafront City, which could be regarded as the junction between the inland and the limitless ocean. Many cultivators came and went, so the city's space array was also open to the public, but it cost a lot of Saint crystals. Each time it was used, the cost would vary depending on the distance, with the cheapest costing 10,000 Saint crystals to 300,000 Saint crystals. This kind of price was difficult for an ordinary cultivator to bear, but for Yang Kai, it was nothing. 5 days later, Yang Kai arrived at Seafront City. This city was not small, more than twice the size of Heavenly Fate City. Cultivators came and went like carps crossing a river, jostling shoulder to shoulder. After all, although the inland and the endless seas were both part of Shadowed Star, because of the difference in territory, there were different products. Many cultivation resources that could not be found inland could be easily found in the endless seas. And for the same reason, many resources that could not be found in the endless seas could be found in the endless seas. Seafront City, as such a junction, had become the most famous commercial city in the surrounding million-kilometer radius. Yang Kai was not in the mood to stay here for long, so after some inquiries, he learned the location of the space array and rushed over. The streets of Seafront City were extremely spacious, enough to accommodate several 4-horse carriages driving side by side, and the rows upon rows of shops on both sides of the street were a dizzying sight. Just as Yang Kai was rushing towards his destination, a loud noise suddenly reached his ears. "You cheap slut! You want to buy 100 spirits pill with just 2,000 Saint crystals? Are you still sleeping? If you don't leave now, I'll take action. But I only have 2,000 Saint crystals left. Shopkeeper Chung, I have made many transactions with you over the past few years, and although the value is not high, I am still a trustworthy person. Can you sell these pills to me first, and I'll make up for the rest of the Saint crystals in the future? I still want to make a living in Seafront City in the future, so I won't just leave." What a joke. I'm a businessman, one hand for the other. I'm not running a charity. If you don't have Saint crystals, then scram as far as you can. You want 100 spirits pill? Dream on. Shopkeeper Chung, I beg you. Impossible. I'm warning you one last time. If you don't leave now, you'll have to bear the consequences. The source of the voice was a man and a woman. The man was the shopkeeper of a pharmacy, while the woman was a woman who appeared to be around 40 years old. It could be seen that she was quite beautiful when she was young. However, at this moment, her face was sallow and emaciated. She looked extremely down and out. She was begging the shopkeeper with the surname Chung, but the other party was unmoved. Yang Kai stared at the woman's side for a long time before suddenly letting out a light sigh, a thoughtful look flashing across his face. He felt that he should know this woman, but he wasn't sure. After all, the two weren't familiar with each other, but her voice and profile were very similar. Thinking so, Yang Kai stepped forward. Shopkeeper Chung, who had been glaring at the woman before, immediately changed to a bowing posture when he saw Yang Kai arrive, smiling widely as he said, "What does honored guest want to order? Although this shop is small, all of the spirit pills we sell are of the highest quality. Honored guests may wish to take a look." Yang Kai glanced at him, but didn't pay him any attention, instead walking over to the woman and carefully examining her. After a while he asked tentatively, "Are you foreign elder Huang?" The woman looked like she was about to cry. Originally, she had been disheartened and was preparing to leave this place, but after hearing Yang Kai's voice, her expression couldn't help changing. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai looking at her curiously. In an instant, her tender body trembled as a look of panic and horror appeared on her face. Sure enough, it's foreign elder Huang. Yang Kai gently nodded. Although this woman looked extremely down and out, she was indeed the one he knew, and judging from her reaction, she should also remember him. Huang Wan, one of the foreign elders of the Haiku family, an old acquaintance of Changqi and Haowen. When Yang Kai and the Haiku family had a conflict, Huang Wan was ordered by Patriarch Yan to go to the city lord's mansion to ask for help. Unfortunately, Fei Ji too had no intention of intervening, so Huang Wan had no choice but to return to the family. Later, this woman left the Haiku family and disappeared. Yang Kai had also heard about this woman from Changqi and Haowen, so he had some impression of her. He knew that she was unwilling to become enemies with Wu Yi and the others, so she had left the Haiku family without hesitation. She had a good personal relationship with Wu Yi and Changqi, and Haowen had often talked about their old friends over the years. Huang Wan was the one they mentioned the most. Yang Kai didn't know why she had come to Seaside City, and why she was living so unhappily. However, this wasn't surprising, as she was only a third-order Saint King. Such a cultivation was considered good in the Haiku family, but on Shadowed Star, it was nothing. Without a backer or background, a third-order Saint King living alone was indeed difficult, especially when she was a woman. You're Yang Kai. Huang Wan obviously remembered Yang Kai. Why are you here? It's a long story. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not preparing to explain in detail. But foreign elder Huang, why are you here? I came here a long time ago. Huang Wan's expression flickered as she awkwardly said, back then, I was just following orders, so. I know, you don't have to worry. I'm not here to find trouble with you. Are you poisoned? Yang Kai frowned and looked at her, a faint trace of black qi flowing between her eyebrows. Huang Wan was stunned, as if she hadn't expected Kai Yang to be able to see through her physical condition at a glance. No wonder you wanted to buy the 100 spirits pill. Yang Kai gently nodded. I've made a fool of myself. Huang Wan's face was filled with embarrassment. After all, it was a bit embarrassing to be seen through like this. Chapter 1474. Seeing Yang Kai and Huang Wan talking back and forth, as if they were quite familiar with each other, the shopkeeper of the medicine shop couldn't help showing a touch of impatience. He subconsciously thought that someone who was acquainted with such a poor person, like Huang Wan, would definitely not be rich. What's more, Yang Kai had just come out of the Emperor Garden, experienced several battles, and flew all the way from the endless sea to Seaside City. So he really didn't look like much. His face immediately darkened, and he no longer had his previous fawning and flattery. He said in a deep voice, if the two of you want to catch up, can you not stand here and obstruct my store from doing business? Find a place to go and chat for as long as you want. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai glanced at him casually, knowing that this guy was looking down on him, and couldn't help feeling a little annoyed, coldly snorting. How many Saint Crystals for 100 spirits pill? What? Do you want to buy it? Shopkeeper Cheng looked Yang Kai up and down suspiciously. What? Can I buy it? Of course you can, but this is my store's small business. One hand for money, one hand for goods. Before Shopkeeper Cheng's voice fell though, he saw a cloth bag fly towards him. Quickly catching it, he used his divine sense to check its contents, and his expression immediately changed 180 degrees, smiling happily as he said, Good, please wait a moment, honored guest. Saying so, he quickly took out 100 spirits pill and handed it to Yang Kai. After receiving the 100 spirits pill, Yang Kai didn't have any intention of entangling with this shopkeeper. The other party was just a Saint Realm cultivator, and although his conduct wasn't anything special, it would be too shameful to bicker with him. So he simply said to Huang Wan, Come with me. And Huang Wan responded blankly. Her heart was beating wildly as she followed behind Kai Yang, all the way back. Not long after, Under the guidance of Yang Kai, the two entered an inn and asked for a room. Yang Kai handed the 100 spirits pill to Huang Wan and had her sit down to meditate. After a day and night, Huang Wan recovered to her original state. Although the 100 spirits pill wasn't a high-grade pill, only Saint King grade low rank, it was still an antidote. The effect of the medicine was quite good. The poison in Huang Wan's body wasn't strong to begin with. It was just that the poison had been delayed for a long time. She swallowed the pill and adjusted her breathing. Immediately the illness was cured. There was nothing to worry about. He opened his eyes again. The woman wore a somewhat complicated expression as she thanked Yang Kai. This mistress thanks Sect Master Yang for his assistance. This mistress will never forget this kindness. While they were talking, this time, if she hadn't coincidentally met Yang Kai, she didn't know what would have happened to her. It was impossible for her to die, but being entangled with the poison for a long time, her strength would definitely be affected. It might even cause her realm to drop. This was an unacceptable result for any cultivator. It's a small matter. Yang Kai casually waved his hand. But it seems that Consecrator Huang hasn't been doing well these past few years. Hearing this, Huang Wan brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled bitterly. It's not only not doing well, it's actually been extremely difficult. After leaving the Haika family, she realized how difficult it was to cultivate alone in this world. At first, she didn't realize it. After all, she had been a foreign elder of the Haika family for so many years, and had accumulated some savings. But after her savings were used up, the nightmare began. Without a backer or background, she had to rely on herself for everything. Moreover, she was a woman, and although she wasn't young, she was still quite beautiful. She was often coveted by some people with bad intentions, and had faced danger several times. She also wanted to find another sect or family to join, but a cultivator with unknown origins like her was rarely accepted. As a last resort, she could only find some cultivators like her in Seafront City, and hunt sea beasts in the open sea to make a living. However, such a thing was accompanied by great risks. Huang Wan had witnessed many cultivators die tragically in the open sea over the past few years, and the team she followed had changed over and over again. Fortunately, her luck was good, and she was always able to escape death. Until one day, she encountered a sea beast and was accidentally poisoned, so no one dared to travel with her anymore. In order to detoxify the poison in her body, Huang Wan had sold all of her belongings, but unfortunately, she still wasn't able to gather enough saint crystals to refine 100 spirits pill. She had visited the pharmacy several times already, but every time she begged, the shopkeeper surnamed Chung would never open the door. Until today when she met Yang Kai. After listening to her story, Yang Kai gently nodded and pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Have you ever thought about going back?" Go back. Huang Wan was taken aback for a moment before a look of nostalgia appeared on her face, shaking her head with a bitter smile. "I can't go back. This mistress has already left the Haika family. How could I have the face to go back? What's more, I heard that the family dismissed all foreign elders a few years ago, leaving only a few elders behind. Even if I go back, they won't accept me." No. I'm not talking about going back to the Haika family. I'm talking about going to Wu Yi, Changqi, and Howen. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. "You mean going to High Heaven sect?" Huang Wan's eyes lit up. "Oh, you know about High Heaven sect?" Yang Kai was surprised. Sect Master Yang must be joking. Huang Wan's bright eyes flashed. High Heaven sect is now famous. Although this mistress has lived in Seafront City for a long time, how could she not have heard of it? What's more, the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain has spread throughout Shadowed Star, so I'm afraid there is no one who doesn't know the name of High Heaven sect and Sect Master Yang. I'm that famous? Yang Kai raised his brow. He didn't think Huang Wan was trying to curry favor with him. After all, this place was adjacent to the Outer Star Sea, far from the mainland. She had heard about the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain and High Heaven sect, so what she said before was probably true. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. I just want to ask you, what do you think of my previous proposal? A touch of excitement appeared on Huang Wan's face, but she did not respond immediately. Instead, she hesitated for a long time before saying sadly, "This mistress naturally wishes to, but this mistress' cultivation is so low. How could she possibly enter High Heaven sect? What does it matter if your cultivation is low? There are many people in the sect whose cultivation is lower than yours. It's not as if you don't know the abilities of the Haiku family's disciples. Most of them are still in the Saint realm while many of them have broken through to the Saint King realm." Yang Kai laughed dumbly. "But there are no buts, whether you are willing or not. It's just a matter of saying a word." Yang Kai looked solemn as he interrupted her. Huang Wan bit her red lip and nodded solemnly after a long time. "This mistress is willing." "Good." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Then from today onwards, you are a member of High Heaven sect." As the sect master, accepting a disciple was not a problem. Subordinate thanks sect master for his kindness in accepting this mistress. Huang Wan was a decisive person, otherwise, she would not have left the Haiku family in advance. Now that she had decided, she no longer hesitated and quickly bowed. "No need to be so polite." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and helped her up. Observing her expression, he knew that she still had some doubts in her heart, so he took the initiative to explain. "Meeting you here can be considered fate. Moreover, over the years Wu Yi Changqi and Howen have often talked about you. Also, the sect is now in urgent need of an origin returning realm master, so I decided to do this. You don't need to think too much about it." "Yes." Huang Wan nodded lightly. "But sect master, subordinate is only a third-order Saint King right now." She thought Yang Kai had made a mistake. "You are now a third-order Saint King, but after a while, you will break through to the origin returning realm." Yang Kai grinned confidently. Huang Wan's situation was the same as Changqi and Hao An's. She had been stuck in this realm for many years and had been unable to break through. But since Changqi and Howen could break through, Huang Wan should be able to as well. High Heaven sect's current name was indeed resounding enough, and it was not worried about being harassed in the Lu Yen San field. But the strength of a sect was inseparable from the number and strength of its masters. It was not something that could be achieved by standing still. Looking at the entire High Heaven sect, besides Yi Shiyin and Yang Kai, the cultivation of everyone else was really quite pitiful, especially the number of origin returning realm masters. It would take at least 10 or 20 years for Wu Yi and the others to grow up. But Huang Wan was different. She was only one step away from breaking through, and could be said to be a ready-made origin returning realm master candidate. Not to mention Yang Kai knew her well. It was for this reason that Yang Kai had the idea of taking her back. If it were a stranger of unknown origins, how could Yang Kai do this? High Heaven sect would definitely face many setbacks and tribulations in the future. So naturally, it was necessary to prepare ahead of time and find ways to improve its strength. "Do you have anything you want to pack up here? If not, come with me." Yang Kai looked at her and asked. "I don't have anything, but what?" Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. "But there is one more person I want to take with me. Subordinate earnestly requests sect master's permission." "Take with you?" Yang Kai frowned. Who? He was willing to take Huang Wan into High Heaven sect, but that did not mean he was willing to take in others as well. Now that he heard Huang Wan say this, he suddenly felt a little unhappy. Isn't this woman a bit too greedy? Huang Wan could not help showing a look of panic as she bowed her head and said, "Please calm your anger, sect master. Can I ask sect master to accompany this subordinate to meet with that person, and wait until you see him before making a decision?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at her for a moment before nodding. "Good, lead the way." "Many thanks, sect master." Huang Wan was overjoyed and quickly led the way. In a corner of Seaside City, in front of a very simple house. This kind of house was very common in Seaside City, extremely low, and could even be described as a humble dwelling. Huang Wan led Yang Kai all the way to this place, walked up to the door, and gently knocked on it, seemingly using some kind of secret signal, before immediately pushing the door open and entering. Yang Kai followed in, turned his head around and couldn't help sighing. Not only was this house abnormally small, it was also dark and damp, and the layout was extremely simple. Besides the minimal furniture, there was nothing else. "You've lived here all these years?" Yang Kai frowned, the anger in his heart dissipating greatly. Reporting to sect master, subordinate has only lived here for the past 3 years. Huang Wan smiled awkwardly. She was a foreign elder of the Haike family, and although the Haike family was not very powerful, at least she had a comfortable residence that was 1,000,000 times better than the environment in front of her. Chapter 1475. You've worked hard all these years. Yang Kai sighed slightly. Where is the person you were talking about? He didn't see anyone here. She's here. Huang Wan smiled and pulled out a small figure from behind her, squatting down and saying in a pleasant tone, Yuner, come and greet Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai looked down and couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. A child? He really didn't expect that the person Huang Wan was talking about was actually a child. Looking at her appearance, she was only about 6 or 7 years old, less than 3 feet tall. Her figure was slender, and her complexion was yellow. It was obvious that she was malnourished. The clothes she was wearing were coarse linen, but they were very neat and tidy, without any dirt or dust. Her hair was still light yellow, and she still had a childish air to her. However, her eyes were round and full of spirit. This was not Huang Wan's child, because the two didn't have any similarities in appearance. And according to Yang Kai's understanding, Huang Wan had never given birth to a child. So where did this little girl come from? The little girl seemed to be a little shy and a little curious, hiding behind Huang Wan, staring at Yang Kai with wide black eyes, but not saying a word. Huang Wan persuaded her a few words and asked her to bow, but she remained unmoved, just constantly shaking her head, looking at Yang Kai's face with a little vigilance. This kind of gaze made Yang Kai frown, his heart inexplicably sour. A child of this age shouldn't know anything. But she was actually wary of him, which meant she might have encountered something that made her panic before. So she didn't dare to get close to strangers. Please forgive her, sect master. Yuner is still young and doesn't understand etiquette. Please forgive her. Huang Wan stood up and looked at Yang Kai with a wry smile. It's fine. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, sweeping the little girl with his divine sense and saying in surprise, She's already reached the peak of the initial element realm. Did you teach her? Huang Wan nodded lightly. Yuner pestered me to teach her, so I taught her a little. Not bad, not bad. Yang Kai showed a look of approval. At such a young age, she had already reached the peak of the initial element realm. This was impossible to achieve in the central capital, and with Huang Wan's financial resources, it was likely that she hadn't been provided with a good environment and resources. In other words, this little girl's aptitude was quite good. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked via telepathy, Where are her parents? He died 3 years ago. Huang Wan replied with a gloomy expression. Shortly after, Huang Wan briefly explained the matter of the little girl. The little girl's surname was Lin, and her full name was Lin Yuner. Her father was originally someone who did not belong to any sect, and her mother was originally a woman from the Ocean Palace. Sea Temple was a great force on the limitless ocean, and its reputation on the limitless ocean was comparable to that of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect inland. Lin Yuner's mother also seemed to have some status in Sea Temple. Originally, with her status, she would have had many choices if she wanted to choose a husband. But love was an inexplicable thing. After meeting Lin Yuner's father, Lin Yuner's mother fell in love with him. The two of them fell in love with each other, and soon decided to marry. This matter was learned by the higher-ups of Sea Temple, and in a fit of anger, Lin Yuner's mother was expelled from Sea Temple. Although this was done, the people of Sea Temple did not embarrass her too much, and still acquiesced to her living in Seaside City. From then on, Lin Yuner's parents became a poor couple, but they were still in love with each other, and lived quite comfortably. However, a cultivator not only needed to live a good life, they also needed to. Both of them were only Saint Kings, similar to Huang Wan, and without the support of a sect, they could only find their own way out to sea, hunting sea beasts for their monster cores, furs, and bones in exchange for resources. It was also for this reason that Huang Wan got to know them, and formed a team with them to act together. However, 3 years ago, when they went out, the three of them encountered an eighth-order sea beast. Lin Yun's parents died on the spot, and only Huang Wan escaped and returned to Seaside City. Since then, she had raised Lin Yun by her side. At that time, the little Lin Yun was only 3 or 4 years old, and had only just begun to remember. It could be said that most of Lin Yun's memories came from Huang Wan, and the knowledge she learned was also taught by Huang Wan. Their relationship was like that of mother and daughter. The reason why Lin Yun was wary of strangers was that when her parents were still alive, they had borrowed some saint crystals from others. After news of their death spread, those creditors came to take Lin Yun away to repay their debts. Fortunately, Huang Wan stopped them and helped her pay off her debts. In short, Lin Yun's life was very miserable. She had lost her parents at such a young age, and if it weren't for Huang Wan taking care of her these past 3 years, it was unknown whether she would still be alive today. This simple house was where Lin Yun's parents used to live. After they died, Huang Wan stayed here in order to take care of Lin Yun. So that's how it is. After listening to Huang Wan's story, Yang Kai gently nodded, a sense of pity surging in his heart. At that moment though, Lin Yun, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "Are you here to take Yun away?" Her voice was crisp and extremely pleasant to the ear. When she asked this question, a pair of clear eyes stared at Yang Kai, like a clear spring, without the slightest impurities. Yang Kai heard this and grinned. "I'm here to take you away." Lin Yun didn't show any fear, instead tilting her head and thinking for a moment before asking, "Can you come back after a few years?" Why? Yang Kai was very curious about how such a child thought. Yun will grow up quickly, and in a few years she'll be able to go out and hunt sea beasts. At that time, I'll give you a lot of saint crystals, so many that you won't be able to spend them all in your lifetime. She obviously thought that Yang Kai had come to collect a debt again. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before he couldn't help laughing. Huang Wan also listened from the side with a nervous expression. Good. You're so mischievous and ambitious." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. "So don't take Yun away. Yun doesn't want to be separated from Auntie Huang right now," Lin Yun said crisply. As soon as this statement came out, Huang Wan's eyes immediately became misty. Although Lin Yun wasn't her biological child, after getting along with her for several years, she had long regarded her as her own. Now that she heard such words, how could she not be moved? She couldn't help hugging the little girl tightly. This time I came not only to take Yun away, but also to take away your Auntie Huang. What should I do?" Yang Kai pretended to be embarrassed. "Oh, so you're a bad guy." Lin Yun suddenly realized and pointed her little finger at Yang Kai as she shouted resolutely. In the eyes of a child, black and white were clearly distinguished. Anyone who tried to harm her was a bad guy. Yang Kai just smiled and said nothing. "Sect Master." Huang Wan looked at him hesitantly. There's no need to say anything, just take her with you." Yang Kai smiled lightly, since things weren't as he had guessed before. It didn't matter if he just took a child with him. "Many thanks, Sect Master." Huang Wan was overjoyed. Although she felt that Yang Kai wouldn't refuse this request, if Yang Kai really refused, she could only stay and take care of Lin Yun. Yun quickly thanked Sect Master for his kindness. Huang Wan pulled Lin Yun out of her arms and pointed at Yang Kai. "No, he's a bad guy, he wants to take Yun away." Lin Yun insisted on her judgment. Not only did she insist, but she also took 2 steps forward and threw a punch at Yang Kai. She seemed to be in a good position, but her territory was unstable. Yang Kai smiled and stretched out a hand in front of him. Seeing this scene, Huang Wan also showed a helpless and bitter smile. Of course, she knew that Yang Kai wouldn't be angered by the words of a young girl, and would never hurt her because of it. So she had no intention of intervening to stop it. Pung! Her little fist just happened to hit Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a look of surprise on his face, as if he had discovered something incredible. He then gently pushed Lin Yun back and provoked her. "You're too weak, come again." Humph! Lin Yun was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. Pouting her little mouth, she threw another punch. A moment later, Lin Yun was so tired that she was panting, looking at Yong Kai with a gloomy face. How could a little girl at the peak of the initial element realm shake Yong Kai? After waving her fists for a while, she had to accept this helpless reality. Yong Kai's eyes were bright, looking at Lin Yun, as if he had found a treasure, his face full of excitement. What's wrong, Sect Master? Huang Wan looked at Yong Kai suspiciously. Haven't you fought with her before? Yong Kai didn't answer, but asked instead. No. Huang Wan slowly shook her head. I only taught Yin'er how to do it, I haven't fought with her. No wonder, Yong Kai muttered. Sect Master, is there something wrong with Yin'er? Huang Wan suddenly became nervous. There's nothing wrong, you don't have to worry. Yong Kai slowly shook his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and looked at Lin Yin'er. It's just that this girl is very strong. Very strong. Huang Wan was stunned. Forget it, we'll talk about this when we get back to the sect. It's hard to explain in a short time, and I don't know the specific reason. Yong Kai didn't mean to explain, but recalling the power that came from Lin Yin'er's fists when he was fighting with her just now, it was indeed a bit unusual. Although Lin Yin'er was already at the peak of the initial element realm, she was too young to know how to use Yuan Qi to fight, so the fists she waved were all her own strength. And that kind of strength was almost comparable to an ordinary strong man. This was too inconceivable. How could a mere 6 or 7-year-old little girl, with such a thin and frail body, possess such great strength? Was it a gift or something else? Although Yong Kai was experienced and knowledgeable, he couldn't judge in a short time. So he could only hide his doubts in the bottom of his heart, and prepare to go back and talk about it. Yes, Huang Wan naturally wouldn't get to the bottom of it, and nodded obediently. Although Lin Yin'er subconsciously judged Yong Kai as a bad guy, after Huang Wan's explanation, she no longer resisted. There was nothing to pack, and it was not an exaggeration to describe this house as bare walls. Soon, Huang Wan took Lin Yin'er's little hand and followed Yong Kai to the center of Linhai City. Chapter 1476. Huang Wan had lived here for several years, and could barely be regarded as a local tyrant, so she naturally knew the location of the space array. With her leading the way, Yong Kai arrived at the palace where the space array was located without much effort. Seaside City's space array was open to the public, as long as one paid enough St. Crystals, but there were only a handful of destinations that could be reached. After some consideration, Yong Kai chose Black Crow City as his next stop. It wasn't that Black Crow City was the closest to the Luyan Sand Field, but because Yong Kai had been to this city before, he knew that it wasn't far from Clear Sky Sect. As long as he could reach Black Crow City, he could use Clear Sky Sect's power to easily teleport to the nearest city to the Luyan Sand Field. This was a rather helpless choice, but it was also the fastest and most time-efficient. After paying a total of 600,000 St. Crystals, Yong Kai's group of 3 successfully stepped onto the space array, and after a flash of light, the trio disappeared without a trace. Yong Kai had been to Black Crow City once before with Chun Shitao, Lu Ying, and the others. It was in this city that Yong Kai encountered Qianyu by chance, and after making a big scene in Joyous Union Pavilion, he managed to redeem her. Yong Kai had no intention of staying here for long, so after inquiring about the direction, he took Huang Wan and Lin Yin'er and flew off in a certain direction. 3 days later, in front of another city several times larger than Black Crow City, Yong Kai landed. Sect Master, how did we get here? Huang Wan looked at the 3 words above the huge city gate with a blank expression. And there are some acquaintances here, so it's more convenient to transfer from here. Yong Kai explained lightly, glancing over at Lin Yin'er, who was sleeping soundly on Huang Wan's back, a smile appearing on his face. After 3 days of traveling, although the little girl hadn't exerted any effort, she was still exhausted. Not to mention, this was the first time she had traveled so far. Since she was born, she had never taken a step out of Linhai City, so when she left Linhai City that day, she was extremely curious about everything around her. Flying at high speed made her jump for joy. When she saw wildflowers and grass outside, she would dance with joy. When she saw birds and butterflies, She couldn't wait to catch them and play with them for a while. After the excitement, he was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Let's go. Yang Kai called out and led the way into the city. Mahai City, as it was adjacent to Clear Sky Sect's headquarters. This city was basically as important to Clear Sky Sect as Heavenly Fate City was to Shadow Moon Hall. Black Sea City was also a city controlled by Clear Sky Sect. Chen Shirtao had invited Yang Kai to visit her home many times, but he had never had the opportunity or time to do so in the past. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of Mahai City's City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion was one of the most prominent buildings in Mahai City, so it was naturally built in a grand and majestic manner. In front of the City Lord's mansion was a row of cultivator wearing black leather armor, each of them wearing solemn expressions and holding a silver spear, giving them a majestic appearance. Seeing Yang Kai's group of 3, everyone turned their attention to them, and one of them, who seemed to be the leader, shouted, "Halt! This is Black Sea City's City Lord's mansion. Unrelated people are not allowed to approach." This person was a third-order Saint King, and as he spoke, he stepped in front of Yang Kai and stared at him vigilantly. Yang Kai grinned and cupped his fist slightly. "Hello, friend. This one is Yang Kai and has come here to discuss some matters with your City Lord. Can you inform him? You're looking for the City Lord's master." The man frowned, a slightly impatient expression appearing on his face. 10 out of 10 people who came here were looking for the City Lord's master, so of course he knew that Yang Kai was no exception. But how could the City Lord's master be so easily met? If he reported this matter without asking clearly, he would be the one to be punished. However, Yang Kai was an origin-returning realm master, so he didn't dare to be too negligent. If it had been any other weaker cultivator, he would have already driven them away. "Do you know our City Lord's master?" the man asked. I don't know him." Yang Kai shook his head honestly. "You don't know him?" The man showed a look of astonishment. "But I know your sect master Gu Zhen," Yang Kai added. "You know the sect master?" The man was taken aback, and the impatience on his face quickly disappeared, replaced by a look of shock. One had to know that the sect master had been in retreat all these years, and it was impossible for ordinary people to see him. Even he had never seen the sect master before. But this guy named Yang Kai actually said that he knew the sect master. Was he just bragging? "And I also know your great elder Mou." The man couldn't help sucking in a cold breath as he looked Yang Kai up and down again, as if he wanted to re-examine him. Being able to know both the sect master and their great elder at the same time, this person's status was definitely not low. But why had he never seen him before? Although he was puzzled in his heart, he didn't dare to delay any longer. The impatience on his face disappeared as he respectfully cupped his fists and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to wait here for a moment while I inform the City Lord's master." "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Less than half a cup of tea's worth of time after the man entered the City Lord's mansion, a petite figure suddenly rushed out and appeared in front of Yang Kai in an instant. After seeing Yang Kai, the person who rushed out was overjoyed. It's really you, Yang Kai. Why are you here?" "Sister Luing?" Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected that the first person to run out of the City Lord's mansion to greet him would be Luing. But it seemed that she was the only one here. Chen Shirtao, who was always by her side, was nowhere to be seen. However, since she was an acquaintance, things were much easier. Yang Kai had been thinking about how to prove his identity to the City Lord he had never met before. "I was just passing by and wanted to borrow the space array here. But why is Sister Luing here? Where is Sister Chen?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Senior Sister Chen has been in retreat since returning from the Emperor Garden. As for why I am here, Black Sea City's City Lord is my father," Luing replied with a grin. Yang Kai was stunned. He hadn't expected Lu Ying's identity to be so high. Usually, when he saw her following Chen Shirtao around, Yang Kai thought that she was just a disciple with good aptitude in Clear Sky Sect. But her background was actually not small. Since her father could become Black Sea City's City Lord, he was definitely a third-order origin returning realm master. Impudence. Just as they were speaking, a dignified shout suddenly rang out from inside the city lord's mansion. Immediately after, a middle-aged man with fair skin stepped out, his expression solemn and dignified as he scolded. "Sect Master Yang is the sect master of a sect. How can a little girl like you speak so rudely?" This man was obviously Lu Ying's father, the city lord of Black Sea City. Hearing her father's reprimand, Lu Ying couldn't help sticking out her tongue playfully. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "City Lord Master is too serious. Sister Lu Ying and I have known each other for a long time, and are friends of the same generation. There is no need for our relationship to become estranged, just because this Yang has established a sect." The middle-aged man heard this and his eyes lit up, seemingly very satisfied with Yang Kai's humility and amiability, but he still shook his head and said, "Even so, etiquette cannot be abandoned. Inger greets sect master Yang again." When Lu Ying heard this, the corners of her mouth rose to the heavens, but she couldn't disobey her father's orders, so she could only reluctantly bow again. Yang Kai was helpless. Although he hadn't exchanged many words with this city lord, he could tell that he was quite rigid. After Lu Ying bowed, the middle-aged man cupped his fists and said, "This one is Lu Xian, the city lord of Black Sea City. Greetings, sect master Yang." "City lord master is too polite. This one came uninvited. I hope city lord master will not take offense." Yang Kai quickly returned the courtesy. "Sect master Yang is too serious. Your presence in Black Sea City brings light to Black Sea City's humble dwelling. Please come inside. This Lu has already sent a message to sect master and great elder. The two of them will arrive within half an hour, so please wait a moment, sect master Yang." "Good." Yang Kai gently nodded, not taking this matter to heart. He had saved Gu Zhen and Mou in the Emperor Garden, so they would definitely come after hearing the news. This was something Yang Kai had expected. Entering the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai found himself surrounded by crowds of people. Seeing the travel-worn appearance of Yang Kai's group of three, Lu Xian arranged for them to bathe and change their clothes. Yang Kai naturally didn't refuse. He didn't care if he was covered in dust, but he couldn't bear to see Lin Yun-er and Huang Wan like this. After a short while, Yang Kai appeared in a palace with a refreshed look on his face. At this time, Gu Zhen and Mou, who had heard the news, had already arrived, so after meeting, they naturally couldn't avoid exchanging pleasantries. After a while, the host and guests took their seats. Lu Xian had already prepared a welcome banquet and presented exquisite food and spirit fruits one by one, causing Lin Yun-er, who had never experienced such a life before, to gobble up the food. This straightforward little girl's behavior was not only not annoying, but also quite interesting. Lu Ying sat next to Lin Yun-er and constantly served her food, seemingly quite fond of this little girl. Huang Wan, on the other hand, was very reserved here. She had never thought that she would one day be able to sit at the same table as the master and young lady of Clear Sky sect. After all, a few days ago she had been so poor that she had to beg others for 100 spirit pill that only cost 5,000 Saint crystals. But a few days later she had been reborn. She deeply understood that the reason she was able to receive such treatment was entirely because of Yang Kai, causing her heart to be filled with mixed feelings. A few hours later, as the sky darkened and the banquet came to an end, Lin Yun-er, who had eaten and drunk to her heart's content, was taken away by Huang Wan to rest, leaving only Yang Kai and Clear Sky sect's elders in the hall. "Is Sister Chen also back?" Yang Kai took a sip of tea and asked with concern. "Thanks to sect master Yang, the three of us returned unscathed," Gu Zhen said gratefully. This trip to the Emperor Garden had been filled with crises, the most dangerous of which was the battle with Yang Kai. At that time, if it weren't for Yang Kai coming to their rescue at the critical moment, Gu Zhen and Mou might have been fine, but Chen Shitao, who was the weakest of them, would definitely not have been able to escape. However, after returning, Chen Shitao entered retreat. After all, she had made some gains in the Emperor Garden. What's more, she had just broken through to the origin returning realm, and had yet to condense her sure, so she didn't dare delay. As such, she didn't come out to see Yang Kai this time. Chapter 1477. And, that's good. After learning about Chun Shitao's recent situation, Yang Kai felt relieved. How did Sect Master Yang appear here? Mou looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. My luck was bad. Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai briefly recounted what had happened after he came out. Guzhun and Mou listened to him with mixed feelings. Speaking of which, Mou, Guzhun, and the others had been quite lucky when they came out of the Emperor Garden and happened to appear near Clear Sky Sect. So it didn't take them much effort to return to the sect. This trip to the Emperor Garden was really unexpected. I didn't expect this restricted area to be the entire territory of Shadowed Star, causing our Shadowed Star to suffer heavy losses. Guzhun sighed deeply. Oh, which great forces suffered losses? Yang Kai suddenly became interested. I'm not sure yet, but since this old master returned, he has been inquiring about the situation. It is said that Demon Blood Temple's Great Elder and Temple Master both died in the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression calm. He was the one who killed these two from Demon Blood Temple. So of course he knew the specifics better than anyone. Guzhun and the others didn't see any clues and only thought that the two masters from Demon Blood Temple had died, because they encountered masters from other cultivation stars in the Emperor Garden. So Guzhun continued. In addition to them, Thunder Typhoon Sect's Great Elder Chingpeng Xian also died. Heaven Battling Union's Mo Shaosheng was seriously injured, but managed to escape, and Colored Glass Sect's Gong Xing, he also failed to return. The other great forces also suffered some losses. My Clear Sky Sect being able to come out unscathed is a stroke of luck. Even Chingpeng Xian and Gong Xing he died? Yang Kai was shocked. And although the news hasn't spread yet, it is indeed true, Guzhun nodded. Yang Kai didn't suspect anything about this. These great forces would often place pawns in each other's camps, so it was possible for them to inquire about information. What about Shadow Moon Hall? How are Qian Tong, Fei Jitu, Wei Guchang and the others? Yang Kai asked nervously. Sect Master Yang does not need to be nervous, they are all fine. Mou smiled lightly. Old Ghost Qian is truly astute. This time, they didn't go deep into the Emperor Garden at all, simply exploring the outside. I see. Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief as he admired Qian Tong's cautiousness. It couldn't be said that Qian Tong was a coward, but if Wei Guchang had not been present at that time, he and Fei Jitu would definitely not have missed this opportunity to enter the Emperor Garden. However, with Wei Guchang present, it was impossible. The reason Yang Kai hadn't ventured deep into the Emperor Garden was definitely out of consideration for Wei Guchang. It was because of this caution that Qian Tong and the others were able to avoid any losses. Even experts like Chengpeng Xian and Gong Xinghe had perished. No matter how strong Qian Tong and Fei Jitu were, there was a possibility that they would meet the same fate. Although the opening of the Emperor Garden this time had brought many people great gains, it had also caused many sects to suffer heavy losses. Before entering, no one had expected that this trip to the Emperor Garden would be so dangerous. If they had known earlier, there probably wouldn't have been so many people rushing here. Compared to other cultivation stars, my Shadowed Star is still quite lacking. Although because of the world principles, which prevent us from prying into the mysteries of the Origin King realm, allowing us to explore the Origin returning realm to its peak. In the end, without the guidance of an Origin King realm master, our artifacts and pills are all inferior to those outside. It's always a bit difficult to fight against those outside, Guzhun sighed. And if my Shadowed Star could also produce an Origin King realm master, this situation probably wouldn't have happened. Mou also nodded in agreement. That being said, breaking through to the Origin King realm is easier said than done. Lu Xian looked sad as he slowly shook his head. For the past 10,000 years, my Shadowed Star has not produced an Origin King realm master. Last time, a red candle fruit appeared in Lu Yan's desert. As far as I know, Old Fart Tang of Floating Mist Palace obtained a piece of this red candle fruit and swallowed it to refine it. But in the end, he gained nothing and wasted such a good spirit fruit. Not just Old Fart Tang, Colored Glass Sect also obtained a piece of red candle fruit at that time. Gong Xinghe also swallowed it and refined it, but it also had no effect, otherwise, he would not have fallen this time. In fact, it is not impossible to break through to the Origin King realm, Mou said thoughtfully. Shadowed Star is suppressed by its world principles, but as long as we can leave Shadowed Star and go to other cultivation stars that meet these conditions, we will naturally have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Hearing this, both Gu Zhen and Lu Xian looked shocked. Yang Kai glanced at the three of them and suddenly laughed. Three seniors, if you have something to say, there's no need to beat around the bush. Yang Kai's straightforwardness made Mou and the others look embarrassed. After a long time, Mou lightly coughed and said, "It's like this, Yang Kai. We actually want to ask if you have any plans to use your noble sex Origin King grade starship for a long voyage." Sure enough, Yang Kai smiled knowingly. Just now, when he heard these three people talk about the Origin King realm, he had some guesses, and now that he had probed them, he immediately understood their intentions. Obviously, they intended to take a free ride, leave Shadowed Star, and go to other cultivation stars to spy on the mysteries of the Origin King realm. This was only human nature. What if I say, I have such an idea? Yang Kai smiled lightly. Gu Zhen and the other two's expressions brightened as they stared at him expectantly. Not only do I have such an idea, but I may also do so in the near future. Yang Kai's words were astonishing. Really? Mou stood up abruptly while Gu Zhen and Lu Xian also showed excitement. Really? Yang Kai nodded seriously. That's great, that's great. Mou muttered to himself for a moment before suddenly rubbing his big hands and staring at Yang Kai expectantly. Sect Master Yang. Since things have gotten to this point, this Mou won't beat around the bush. May I ask how many people can board that starship? A few dozen shouldn't be a problem. Mou's eyes lit up as he grit his teeth and quickly said, "Can my Clear Sky sect occupy 201 spot?" On the other side, Gu Zhen and Lu Xian also looked over expectantly, Gu Zhen saying, "Of course, we won't occupy this precious spot for nothing. We can pay a corresponding price." "One is enough." Yang Kai looked at them with some surprise. "It's more than enough," Gu Zhen nodded. Gu Zhen nodded solemnly. "If possible, we would certainly like to see more people leave Shadowed Star. But if all the masters leave, Clear Sky sect will have no one to guard it. What's more, breaking through to the Origin King realm is not easy, so having one spot to try is more than enough." "If that's the case, then I can agree," Yang Kai nodded lightly. Hearing this, the three from Clear Sky sect were overjoyed. As for who this spot would be given to, that was a headache for Clear Sky sect, so Yang Kai didn't need to worry about it. Afterward, Yang Kai told them that when he really wanted to use the starship to leave Shadowed Star, he would send them a message, so all they had to do was wait patiently. The three naturally had no objections. The night passed silently, and the next day, Yang Kai took Huang Wan and Lin Yun to bid farewell to the three from Clear Sky sect. Although Gu Zhen and the others wanted to keep him, they knew that Yang Kai had just come out of the Emperor Garden and had many things to do, so they didn't stop him and personally escorted him to the location of Black Sea City's space array. Yang Kai's next destination was Demon Blood City. Demon Blood City was a city controlled by Demon Blood Temple and was not far from Lu Yin Sand Field. When Yang Kai came out of Lu Yin Sand Field, he had met Demon Blood Temple disciple Deng Ning at the edge of the desert and obtained the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. Deng Ning then took him to Demon Blood City. There was nothing wrong with choosing this route, but Gu Zhen told him that Demon Blood City might not be peaceful right now and urged him to be careful. Demon Blood City was indeed not peaceful. When Yang Kai's group of three teleported from Black Sea City's space array to Demon Blood City, they immediately noticed that the city seemed to be in turmoil and that many people were fighting. This couldn't be helped though, as Demon Blood Temple's Great Elder and Temple Master had both fallen in the Emperor Garden. Now that there was no one in control of the temple, the elders were naturally fighting for power. Demon Blood Temple was a great force that liked infighting, so with this reason, the entire Demon Blood Temple was in turmoil at this moment. Naturally, Demon Blood City had also become extremely chaotic. Even the main hall where the space array was located was unguarded, All the disciples of Demon Blood Temple had been involved in this dispute, and the city was constantly filled with scenes of people being killed, and those being killed. After arriving at Demon Blood City, Yang Kai released his divine sense, and quickly grasped the situation in the city. Not showing any fear, he simply circulated his Saint Qi, wrapped Huang Wan and Lin Yun'er in his Saint Qi, and flew out of the city. Along the way, there were many people who tried to block Yang Kai's path, but all of them were killed. With his current strength, even if he encountered a third-order origin returning realm master, he wouldn't be afraid, let alone these stray cats and dogs. Soon, the disciples of Demon Blood Temple realized just how tyrannical Yang Kai was, and no one dared to block his path. What's more, Yang Kai came and went in a hurry, obviously a master just passing by, so who would bother trying to stop him? Wouldn't that be seeking their own deaths? So in less than a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai had already left Demon Blood City with Huang Wan and Lin Yun'er, heading straight towards the Lu Yin Desert. One day later, Yang Kai found a beautiful palace somewhere outside the Lu Yin Desert and rushed inside. This was the first time Yang Kai had entered this palace, and it belonged to High Heaven sect. Inside the palace was a space array specially arranged by Yang Yen to facilitate the entry and exit of High Heaven sect's disciples. After all, the flowing flame sand field covered an extremely large area. If one were to rely on flying alone, it would take at least a day or two to reach High Heaven sect's headquarters. But with this special space array, it was a different story, allowing one to come and go freely. At this moment, there were only 2 High Heaven sect disciples guarding the palace. Both of their cultivations were not worth mentioning, only third-order saints. Such strength was nothing on Shadowed Star. But now that High Heaven sect's name was like the sun in the sky, no one dared to stroke this tiger's whiskers, so there was no need to worry about their safety. On top of that, there was also a spirit array arranged by Yang Yen around the palace. If anyone tried to invade High Heaven sect using this space array, they would be blocked by this spirit array. The disciples on duty would have plenty of time to destroy the space array. Chapter 1478. With the help of the space array outside Lu Yan's desert, Yang Kai easily arrived at High Heaven sect's headquarters. When Yang Kai appeared on the other side of the palace, the several guards on duty immediately prepared their defenses. But when they saw him return, they were overjoyed and quickly bowed. Have Yang Yin and Elder Yi returned? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Reporting to Sect Master, Vice Sect Master Yang and Great Elder Yi returned 5 days ago. A seemingly quick-witted guard quickly replied. Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Although he felt that Yang Yin and Yi Shiyin should be fine, he was still a little worried before he received specific news. Now that he knew they had returned safely, he naturally put down his worries. However, when they returned, Vice Sect Master Yang seemed to be in a coma and was carried back by Great Elder, the guard added cautiously. What? Yang Kai was shocked and asked a few more questions, but the answer he got was the same. He didn't know what kind of injury Yang Yin had suffered that caused him to fall into a coma, or if there were any serious injuries. There's nothing else for you to do. Continue to stand guard here. Yang Kai had no choice but to quickly leave this place and go straight to 100 Flowers Peak, where Yang Yin had lived before. Halfway there, Wu Yi and Qian Yu came over to greet him, apparently having received news that Yang Kai had returned. The anxiety on the faces of the 2 women was obvious, and after seeing Yang Kai, they hurriedly called out to him. I heard a little about the situation. Do you know how Yang Yin was injured? Is his injury serious? Yang Kai came over and asked. Both women shook their heads, Qian Yu saying, since returning, Great Elder hasn't appeared in front of anyone, so we haven't been able to inquire about him. Don't worry, I'll go take a look myself. Yang Kai frowned. They're not in 100 Flowers Peak right now. Wu Yi hurriedly pulled Yang Kai back. Then where are they? Yang Kai looked stunned. In the 6th layer. The 6th floor. Yang Kai's frown deepened. Of course, he knew where the 6th floor was. It was none other than the center of the Lu Yin Desert, where the small bamboo building was. It was supposed to be the place where the great emperors cultivated. But why did they go to the 6th floor? Could it be that the great emperors have really awakened? Kai Yang's heart suddenly filled with an uneasy feeling. Standing in place and pondering for a long time, Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "I'll go take a look. By the way, Wu Yi, you should be familiar with foreign elder Huang. I met her by chance on the way back, and invited her to join High Heaven sect. Now that she is also a member of the sect, please arrange for her." Yes, Wu Yi quickly nodded. She had seen Huang Wan just now, but because she had been worried about Yang Inflammation's safety, she hadn't had time to greet her. Now that she had listened to Yang Kai's instructions, she naturally agreed. Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared, heading straight to the 6th floor. High Heaven sect was located in the 4th layer of the flowing flame sand field, and between it and the 6th layer was the flame area, the most powerful layer of the flowing flame sand field. However, Yang Kai had the protection of the Star Emperor token, so there was nothing to worry about. It only took half a day for Yang Kai to arrive in front of the bamboo building on the 6th floor. As if she had known Yang Kai would come, Yi Shiyin had been waiting in front of the bamboo building. After seeing Yang Kai, a complicated look flashed across her beautiful eyes as she bowed. "Subordinate greets sect master. Is Yang Inflammation inside?" Yang Kai asked as he walked inside. Unexpectedly, Yi Shiyun's figure flickered and directly blocked in front of Yang Kai, as if not allowing him to approach. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared deeply at Yi Shiyun, a look of hostility filling his face. "Please forgive me, sect master. Master has ordered that she will not see anyone right now." Yi Shiyun's expression remained calm as she replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Even me?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Yes." Yi Shiyun nodded lightly. "Subordinate is only carrying out master's orders. Please do not embarrass subordinate, sect master." "Embarrass you?" Yang Kai laughed dumbly. "Interesting. I just want to see her. What's there to embarrass you about? It's not like I haven't seen her before." "Please forgive me, sect master." Yi Shiyun stubbornly stood in front of him. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at her indifferently for a moment before asking in a deep voice, "Since Yang Inflammation can give you orders, can you say that she is fine? But why did the people below say that she was in a coma when she returned, and that you were the one who carried her back?" "Yes, master is indeed in a coma, but she is not seriously injured. It's just that." "Just what?" Yi Shiyin fell silent as a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. Observing her expression, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he narrowed his eyes and said, "I will only ask one question. Please tell me everything you know, great elder." "Please ask, sect master." Yi Shiyin raised her head and brushed her hair behind her ear. "Is the one inside the bamboo house the Yang Inflammation I know, or your master?" "Both," Yi Shiyin said with a bitter smile on her face. "I understand." Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding appearing on his face. "So that's how it is. So this is what awakening the great emperors is all about, I understand." Previously, Yang Inflammation had said that the day the Emperor Garden opened was the day the great emperors were awakened. At that time, although Yang Kai was somewhat puzzled and suspicious, he did not ask about it in detail, or rather, he was subconsciously afraid to ask about the specific process, lest the answer he received was not what he wanted. Yang Kai had already made some guesses, but now this guess had obviously been confirmed. The great emperors as their main bodies had awakened, so Yang Inflammation as a soul clone naturally could not exist alone. The two had merged into one, which was why Yi Shiyin had given such an answer. "Sect master is a wise man. You should understand the current situation." Yi Shiyin looked at him indifferently. "I understand. I just want to know what will happen to Yang Inflammation. She is the master, and the master is her, so nothing will happen to her." Yang Kai gently nodded. The situation was not so bad that he could not accept it. Although this result was not the best, it was not the worst either. Considering all this, Yang Kai closed his eyes and released his divine sense into the bamboo house, wanting to see what the specific situation of Yang Inflammation was at the moment. Yi Shiyin opened her mouth, but in the end, she did not stop him. His divine sense easily penetrated the obstacles of the bamboo house, and soon found young Inflammation in a room on the third floor. At this moment, she was lying quietly on a bamboo bed, motionless, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Her appearance was no different from the young Inflammation in his impression, but her temperament was completely different. Sweeping her with his divine sense, Yang Kai actually felt a sense of trepidation, as if he was an ant that was recklessly spying on a sleeping dragon. In an instant, Yang Kai's soul trembled as an inexplicable sense of crisis welled up from the bottom of his heart. The next moment, a tearing pain filled his mind and Yang Kai's eyes flew open as he involuntarily stepped back, his face extremely pale. "Sect Master, are you all right?" Yi Shiyun's beautiful face paled. "I'm fine." Yang Kai waved his hand, a look of lingering fear on his face. Was this the majesty of the great emperors? Even if they were in a deep sleep, no one was allowed to violate them. Yang Kai had finally experienced this personally. If she was awake, how awe-inspiring would she be? Yang Kai's mood fluctuated for a moment as his eyes flashed with a look of yearning. After a while, his mood calmed down and he rubbed his temples as he asked, "Did she say when she would wake up?" "My lord, you have been asleep for too long. Tens of thousands of years have passed, so waking up will be a very long process. You will only truly wake up after your divine soul and body have completely fused. It might take 10 or 20 years, or even 100 years. This subordinate cannot say for sure." "So long." Yang Kai frowned slightly. "Yes." Yi Shiyun nodded lightly. "Before Master left, she told me to assist Sect Master with all my strength. So if Sect Master has any instructions, please do not hesitate to speak and subordinate will do her best to comply." Yang Yan's orders. Yang Kai's heart warmed as he thought to himself. No wonder when he saw Yi Shiyin this time, she had always referred to him as her subordinate. She had never been like this before, so there was actually such a reason. "For the time being, there is nothing for you to do. Just stay here and look after Yang Inflammation." "Yes, subordinate will not disappoint." "Take care, Sect Master." Yi Shiyin bowed slightly. She had actually ordered him to leave. Yang Kai swallowed the words he was about to say, and left with a look of resentment. In any case, it was now determined that Yang Inflammation was not dangerous. Although her soul clone had merged with the main body of the great emperors, her memories and emotions would not be erased, and would only be inherited by the body she currently possessed. That was enough. Right now, he may not have the qualifications to speak to the great emperors as equals, but one day, he would be able to stand at the same height as her. When that time came, he would be able to coexist peacefully with Yang Inflammation as usual. A burst of ambition ignited in Yang Kai's heart. A day later, Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Sect's headquarters. Everything in the sect was as usual, but the arrival of Huang Wan made Wu Yi, Chang Qi, Haoen, and the others happy while the little brat Lin Yun won the unanimous favor of all High Heaven Sect members. The arrival of the little girl brought some laughter to the sect, and after a short period of familiarity, Lin Yin'er immediately fell in love with this picturesque place. Everyone here was very good to her, taking care of her like a family member, allowing Lin Yin'er to feel the warmth of home that she had not felt for a long time, and her courage gradually grew. From time to time, she could be seen wearing beautiful new clothes and running around the sect like a little madwoman. Huang Wan chased after her until she was gasping for breath. First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai's residence. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in meditation with his eyes closed. He had been in this state for half a month now, when he had used his divine sense to spy on Yang Inflammation in the bamboo house. He had been shocked by the invisible emperor pressure, which had left a flaw in his mind. This flaw was usually not noticeable and would not manifest itself, but if he encountered a powerful enemy, it would inevitably affect Yang Kai's performance. So after Yang Kai returned to the sect's headquarters, the first thing he had to do was to erase this flaw. Chapter 1479. Fortunately, the problem was not serious, and Yang Kai spent half a month dealing with it. The next thing he needed to do was naturally take stock of his harvest from the Emperor Garden. Considering all this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring. With a flash of light, a pile of herbs appeared in front of him. These herbs were naturally collected together with the people from Ice Heart Valley, in that hidden mountain valley. At that time, Yang Kai did not have time to deal with them, so he had simply placed them in his space ring. Now that he had some free time, he naturally had to organize them, otherwise, the medicinal efficacies would definitely be lost. As an alchemist, Yang Kai naturally knew how to properly preserve spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Taking out boxes made of different materials from his space ring, he carefully stored them according to their characteristics. Those that were suitable for preservation in jade were placed in jade boxes, while those that were suitable for preservation in wood were placed in wooden boxes. There were many ways to preserve herbs, but this was not a problem for Yang Kai. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai quickly put away these boxes with a smile on his face. These were several hundred spirit medicines of high medicinal age, and although their grades varied, each one was extremely valuable. After all, these spirit grasses and spirit medicines had existed in that hidden mountain valley for tens of thousands of years, and could all be considered 10,000-year-old spirit medicines. Pills refined from such spirit grasses and spirit medicines were far more efficacious than those refined from ordinary spirit grasses, and would be of great help to Yang Kai in refining his alchemy skills. Combined with the herbs he had collected from the floating continent when he first entered the Star Territory, Yang Kai felt that before he broke through to the Origin King Great Alchemist realm, he would definitely not lack materials. Even after breaking through to the Origin King realm, he would have many Origin King grade materials to practice with. The next thing Yang Kai took out was an alchemy furnace, one that he had also found in that hidden mountain valley. This was the alchemy furnace used by the mountain valley's owner when he was alive. It was an Origin King grade alchemy furnace, and was extremely rare in this world. Yang Kai already had two furnaces. One was the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace, where the Firebird artifact spirit resided, and the other was the alchemy furnace in front of him. But neither was something that could be seen casually. If an artifact refiner or alchemist had a good furnace, they would be able to save a lot of time when performing artifact refining and alchemy, allowing them to refine better artifacts and pills. There was a saying that a craftsman must first sharpen his tools if he wanted to do a good job. This was the truth. Unfortunately, artifact refining furnaces and alchemy furnaces were much more difficult to refine than ordinary artifacts, so they were much rarer and more valuable. The Third Order Origin returning realm young woman from Ice Heart Valley also knew the value of this pill furnace, but because of her many thoughts and concerns, she still gave it to Yang Kai in exchange for more pills to be distributed. This choice wasn't a loss for her, but for Kai Yang, it was a profit. When it came to pills, Yang Kai could refine them himself in the future. Even if he wanted to refine pills, it wouldn't be difficult for him to refine them. But an Origin King grade alchemy furnace was extremely difficult to find. This alchemy furnace was about half the height of a person and had a simple texture. It was purple in color and gave off a desolate aura. At the top of the furnace, there were two large characters. At the time, Yang Kai hadn't examined them carefully, but now that he looked at them carefully, he realized that they were actually Purple Origin. This was obviously the name of this alchemy furnace. Purple Origin Furnace, a good name. With the assistance of this alchemy furnace, refining pills in the future would become easier and of higher quality. Alchemy furnaces were different from artifacts in that they didn't require a lot of time to refine. All one needed to do was leave their mark on the alchemy furnace. However, because this Purple Origin Furnace had a previous owner, Yang Kai had to erase the previous owner's mark before he could leave his mark on it. This wasn't a difficult task. The owner of this hidden mountain valley had died tens of thousands of years ago, so the mark he left behind was extremely weak. Yang Kai easily erased it, and spent a few days to leave his mark on it, successfully taking possession of this Purple Origin Furnace. After happily playing with it for a while, Yang Kai put it away. Now was not the time to perform alchemy, so there was no need to use it. Immediately, Yang Kai took out another item. It was a pill. This was not the pill that Yang Kai and the young woman from Ice Heart Valley had shared, but rather one that Yang Kai had fished out of the purple origin furnace. When he found this purple origin furnace, Yang Kai had swept its interior with his divine sense, and noticed that there was a pill inside. According to the posture of the skeleton before its death, this should be the last pill that the owner of this mountain valley had tried his best to refine before his death. Fortunately, he had succeeded. However, before Yang Kai had time to examine it carefully, the young woman from Ice Heart Valley had chased him into the cave, so Yang Kai quickly put away this pill, not knowing whether it could still be used. If it was an ordinary pill, no matter what its quality was, after 10,000 years of the flowing time Great Emperor, its medicinal efficacies would have long since dissipated and could no longer be used. It would simply be a useless pill. Only a spirit pill that had formed pill veins could maintain its medicinal efficacies. Pill veins were like shackles that bound a pill's medicinal properties. At that time, the spirit pills that Yang Kai and the young woman from Ice Heart Valley had all formed pill veins and were extremely rare, while all the other useless pills had been discarded. As for whether the pill in the purple origin furnace had pill veins or not, Yang Kai was not sure, but this did not prevent him from looking forward to it. After all, it was a pill that the alchemy grandmaster had refined at the cost of his last drop of vitality. But at this moment, when Yang Kai looked at the pill in his hand, his face could not help changing, immediately revealing a look of horror and ecstasy as he cried out, "Pill clouds?" He never expected that the pill he had fished out of the purple origin furnace would actually form pill clouds. On the surface of this pill, there was a layer of mist, as if a seven-colored cloud had shrunk and wrapped around it, giving it a magnificent appearance. There was no doubt that this was indeed pill clouds. Yang Kai was stunned for a long time before confirming that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. Pills that formed pill clouds were not something Yang Kai had never seen before. He had taken one, and had even refined one himself. The pill he had taken had allowed his 5-colored soul-warming lotus to evolve into a 6-colored one, and had greatly improved his strength. The pill he had refined was the burning flame pill that had been used to save Shuiyu. The pill he had taken had been found in the ancient ruins on the seabed of Tongxian realm, while the pill he had refined had occurred on Rainfall Star. Yang Kai knew better than anyone how difficult it was to form pill clouds. This was simply not something that could be achieved by a human. The pills that he refined now had a very high probability of forming pill veins, around 20 to 30%. But after so many years, only a single burning flame pill had formed pill clouds. That one had been refined after breaking through one's own limits and nearly dying from exhaustion. From the pills he obtained in the cave, Yang Kai knew that the owner of that cave must have been a great alchemy grandmaster when he was alive, otherwise, he would not have been able to refine so many pills with pill veins. Yang Kai originally thought that the pill this person had refined with his last bit of vitality should also form pill veins. But the truth of the matter was far more shocking than he had expected. This was actually a spirit pill that had formed pill clouds. And judging from the medicinal efficacies and energy fluctuations radiating from it, this was an Origin King grade pill. That person was actually so amazing. Yang Kai was secretly stunned. Just an Origin King grade pill was already extremely valuable, let alone an Origin King grade pill that had formed pill clouds. What's more, this was an existence that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. The value of such a spirit pill could no longer be judged by ordinary standards. Yang Kai, who had always been calm, suddenly found his face twitching and his hands trembling slightly. As everyone knew, once a spirit pill formed pill veins, it would become indestructible, and its medicinal efficacies would double. If a spirit pill formed pill clouds, not only would its medicinal efficacies double, but as time passed, the pill clouds would automatically absorb world energy to nourish the spirit pill, allowing its medicinal efficacies to become stronger and stronger. The longer this process lasted, the greater the medicinal efficacies would become. The reason why the pill Yang Kai had taken in the past could allow his 5-colored soul-warming lotus to evolve was because it had undergone thousands of years of accumulation and precipitation, allowing its medicinal efficacies to become so terrifying. At that time, when Yang Kai had taken it, his body had almost exploded. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus had absorbed most of the medicinal efficacies. However, compared to the one in front of him, there was simply no comparison. Not to mention that there was a world of difference between the two. Just the accumulation and accumulation over time made the one in front of him far inferior to the one in front of him. What kind of concept was tens of thousands of years? Yang Kai suddenly felt that his mind was unable to process all of this. He had actually been lucky enough to obtain such a heaven-defying treasure. His luck was simply too good. Everything he had obtained from that hidden mountain valley paled in comparison to this Origin King Great Spirit pill. After recovering from his shock and excitement, Yang Kai smiled bitterly again. What kind of astonishing medicinal efficacies did this spirit pill contain? Regardless of what use it had, it was impossible for him to take it with his current cultivation. If he swallowed it rashly, there would only be one result. His body would explode. If an Origin King Grade Master were to take it, they might not be able to withstand the medicinal efficacies of this spirit pill. Considering all this, Yang Kai's excitement gradually calmed down. The most important thing right now was to figure out what this pill was used for. At the very least, he had to figure out what it was. Squinting his eyes and looking into the spirit pill, Yang Kai found that its insides were crystal clear and seemed to be flowing with some kind of translucent substance. Inside this translucent substance, there was also a gossamer-like substance that seemed to have a life of its own. No way! Yang Kai was stunned. This spirit pill was actually on the verge of gaining sentience. That gossamer-like substance was obviously the result of the accumulation and precipitation of the flowing time Great Emperor. As long as this spirit pill was given some more time, perhaps it would really gain sentience and become a completely different kind of existence. Pills gaining sentience was just a theory, not even a legend. Yang Kai had never expected that he would one day be able to verify the validity of this theory. Unfortunately, since the spirit pill had fallen into his hands, it would one day play a role, and there would be no possibility of it gaining sentience. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.